Aqui, ali, ganha, ganha, vai lá, Isilo, Zatanje, de Balaão, de Balaão, ei, apa yang baba ini tadi jadi itu yang baba nanti, weh, jadi pakai, yang berjalan, yang semua baba lah yang nak kalah yang itu dikena yang lain je, orang orang ini jangan jadi baba ini. Siapa dia? Pas boy, nama dia kita dia itu. Makin dia ambil dari tuannya, yang oh bisa, oh kamu nama bapa siapa? Nama bapa siapa? Supaya kita keluarkan dari sana. Yang kayak tadi, pos, kan pos, ya apa? Jalan, itu kan kecil, non voglio. Ya vale. Ya te lo. Itu dong sini baba. Mana? Ya, di mana ada? Lo pasaba. Ah, di kau dia makan mana bang? Ai, ya, yo, pi. Ya, cito. Ay, umubado na sa dunya pa na. Kanya na din. Keswanya na din to buyo na kali na sa pis. Ya, bale ito. Jadi saya protect kecil ornamen. Macam bocah. Nah, ni dah. Kak. Kalau kosong. Punya mangkuk tonggal itu pemaluan seks batin. Nenek doni tongkang kebun tembak bayi bunganya banyak. Kalau di kasih kalah. Yang punya. Katanya. Itu. Katanya. Apa? Dah.
Wait, make a recorder. Wait.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, like the first speaker is a poet.
Oh.
Okay, nah. Di bukan nomad. Jadi ada tak fikirnya. Nanti oh, gue kasih lu kena, dan kau la suele che la in Bologna piena tutto per forza sta lamentando in Bologna no quasi è la
Good morning, everybody. Is everybody alive in the room after that performance? Thank you so much to Umadoda. Umadoda is a Nal'ibali project coordinator, an award-winning writer and professional storyteller, as well as a trainer. Madoda siyabonga, thank you for that introduction. Everyone, good morning and welcome to the launch of the 2023 National Reading Barometer. It's such an important time for us to be having a conversation about literacy and reading in South Africa. And this morning and in the afternoon, we're going to be unpacking the survey as well as the barometer results. But first off, we'd just like to welcome the audience that's joining us online. I know that you're already active in the chat box, so please keep sharing. And for those who are wanting to follow the conversation on social media, you can follow us on Twitter at National Barometer SA. We're using the hashtag NRB launch or National Reading Barometer or hashtag National Barometer. And you can follow along the conversation and tweet in the room or tweet whilst you're sitting at home. And for the audience that's in the room with us today, just a few housekeeping rules. The bathrooms are just outside as you exit to the right. And then if you also just want to share anything online or take pictures, you're more than welcome to do so. But first off, let me introduce our first speaker for this morning. Ungabagazi Mate Gina. She is the director of Nal'ibali. And maybe just to give a brief background to who Ngabagazi is, Ngabagazi sees herself as a change agent with over 20 years of experience in the civil society sector, leading projects and programs in health, human rights, social justice, child protection and education, where she led a ministerial project by the Department of Basic Education looking at the district teacher recruitment strategy. Ngaba's academic background is in project management, public management, as well as governance and gender equity. Ngaba is going to chat to us a little bit about the background of how all of this came together and why it's such an important time for us to be having this conversation. Everybody, welcome me in introducing Ngaba. Thank you.
Wow, that was amazing. Good morning, everyone. It is actually finally here. We've been highly anticipating this day, and it is here. I would like to extend my warm greeting and welcome to everyone who's here with us in the room, and also people who are joining us virtually. I would like to give special respects to the Office of the Minister, and I heard that the Minister is on her way as well. Also the DBE, the Chief Director is here, Khululo Manona. Also the leaders of the different public and private sector organizations, literacy NGOs, our media partners, the funders of the National Reading Barometer, and our key partner in this project, which is the National Library Service. And to mention the funders, it will be the Zenex, it will be NECT, it will be the NLSA, and it will be DGMT. And I would like to also acknowledge the Nal'ibali board. Wherever you are, please raise your hand. And also acknowledge the people who have supported this project and making it a success, which I would mention social surveys. They go by the name of social impact now. Social surveys, where are you? Thank you. And also just in general, the literacy, the literacy community and all our partners and stakeholders, good morning. Actually, today we are witnessing the birth of a National Reading Barometer, and I believe that deserves an applause. It was actually more than 9 months ago when we conceived the idea or the concept of having a National Reading Barometer. And at the time, as Nal'ibali, we were concerned about getting data that is at national scale, data that can inform us on the reading practices and beliefs and attitudes of the adult community, as we know that we rely on the adult community to ignite and nurture the love of reading in children. And for us to work through them as a gateway to access children, we need to understand them. We need to know their level of motivation, their attitudes to reading. What are they reading? How do they view reading? So that we know where to meet them in terms of our interventions and solutions. But we realize that this is a big project, and the findings that will come out of a survey like this will benefit the whole literacy ecosystem. So we started to approached National Library South Africa, and coincidentally, they were planning to do something similar. So it was marriage at first sight. And we felt it is still bigger than the both of us. Let us open it up and extend the call so that we have more collective thinking, and there will be more learning and innovation, and we can work for collaborative impact. I'm not sure who's moving my slides. Can we move to the next one? All right, thank you. So we issued a call around early 2022 last year, and we received over 100 applications. People from the hierarchy of literacy, from policy to ground level, at field level, people who are implementing and activists in literacy. And from there, we had to streamline it to 16 members. Okay, someone can help me with this? I don't think it's responding. Are you able to? Because I think most of the slides that I'm covering are not appearing here. All right, it's fine. I will continue with what I remember with the slides while the teams are sorting it out. So we ended up with 16 project steering committee members. And from the 16, you have the DBE, the Chief Director, Kulunwa Manona is there. You've got NECT, Lorraine was there. We've got Zenex, Lauren Falk is there. We had DGMT, Kense, who's our facilitator today, is there. We had Litasa, the former chairperson, Catherine, and also even the current chairperson, Nadima, are there. And we have researchers, we have publishers, we have activists, community activists. We needed to have all those voices in the room. If we're talking collective impact, the model of collaboration, we are talking about multi-sector voices that are coming together in the room, not just to represent their organizations, but to come and learn and unlearn what we believe about reading and have innovative space to learn new things, because the world is evolving. How we define reading is evolving. So our approaches and solutions should also evolve. And also we should remember that we are 7 years away from the 2030 national goal, which is we want to see more of our children, in fact, all of our children reading. And if we are that far from the national goal, and we are seeing from PEL's results, little or insignificant improvement, it means it can never be business as usual. We need to collaborate for impact. And if you look at the statement that is made by John Kania and Mark Kramer, they say large social change demands cross-sectoral collaboration. And that's what we did. And in the room, it was quite amazing that the project steering committee, there were no power play. There was no power play to say, I'm a funder, I'm this, I'm at policy level, you are at ground level. We worked at equal footing. We valued each and every voice. That led to the learnings that we had. We had to challenge our traditional beliefs of what reading is. We had to investigate our own practices to say, are they addressing the gap? Do we even know what the gap looks like? The people that we rely on, which is the adult community, who are supposed to expose children to adequate language and literacy content every day? Do we know these people? How much do we know about them? How much on the ground is happening that we can leverage on and use in terms of our interventions? So we had the humility to say we don't have all the answers, but through the collective, we can come up with the right questions so that all the information that we need to inform us going forward, it will then surface and emerge from the questions that we designed. And we had to meet more often and also to see what are we missing so that when the survey is rolled out, we do not miss anything. This was a national representative survey, which is speaking of 4,250 people who responded to the survey. And what is emerging from it is going to amaze you, because there are a lot of myths that we have around reading, especially adults. We believe the country has 95% of non-readers, which is not true. And when we know the levels of motivation, when we know what are the key levers of e-reading culture, then we know where to start. And those key levers are so simple. The team is going to take you through those so that you see what can we do as individual and what can we do as a collective. It is simple levers that we can work with to push the boundaries and see significant change. So we are excited that from this National Reading Barometer, we're going to have raised awareness of what's happening. We are going to have collective advocacy. We are going to see a lot of change in terms of innovation. We're going to see a lot of working, collaborating as a team and as an ecosystem. There is no need for fragmented silo interventions anymore. Our children cannot read. 81% of our children cannot read. So we have to challenge how we approach things. So when we went into the collaboration as this project steering committee, we didn't have any theoretical framework as to what elements do we need to bring to make the collaboration successful. But amazing enough, if you look at this block on the side, we had a common agenda. We had cross-sectoral participation. We agreed on what success looked like. We worked together to develop a theory of change so that we know what are we working towards. And also there was clear communication and coordination, and we adopted a collective mindset where you don't come in as Nal'ibali and say, we believe reading is done this way. We had to unlearn what we know so that we can open up room for new learnings. And at the bottom of it, we had backbone support organizations, which is Nal'ibali and National Library South Africa. And from there, we were surprised that these elements resemble perfectly the collective impact model, which is the best practice in terms of collaboration. So we are grateful to the people who gave and committed their all and gave their expertise so that we can have finally this product, which is the National Reading Barometer. We will remember that this is not the first time we have a National Reading Survey. We will remember the South African Book Development Council, which commissioned their first National Reading Survey in 2006. And a decade later, they had another survey where it was meant to inform their book development. This National Reading Survey is meant to unveil the current practices in terms of reading, the levels of motivation and access, and also understanding what is the attitudes and beliefs around reading in the adult community. So as we go through today, I would urge you to ask yourself these questions. Are we a reading community? Are we a reading nation? And how much do we know about the adult population, the ones we rely on? When I say adult population, I mean people who are in the living and the learning space of a child. And that is parents, ECD practitioners, child and youth care workers, teachers, teacher assistants, every adult who's working with a child. Those people play a vital role, making sure that every child, with every word they hear, every word they see, every word they read, contributes to the development of their language and literacy skills. So as we go along today, please challenge yourself to say, what will I unlearn today? And what am I taking anew? What will I change when I go home? Thank you.
Thank you, Ngabakazi. Thank you just for giving us that overview of how we've arrived at this journey. The next session is really going to be a deep dive then into the survey findings. But before we do that, we'd just like to welcome the Honorable Minister, Angie Motshekga, who's just walked into the room. You've come in at just the right moment. And I'd like to call in two individuals who've been absolutely critical to this process and introduce them. The first is Dr. Tara Polsa Ngwato. Dr. Ngwato is a founding director of Social Impact Insights Africa. She has 20 years of experience in social development research, social change facilitation, and evidence-based decision-making support. She is currently the lead designer and implementer of monitoring, evaluation, and learning processes at national scale for the Nal'ibali Barometer on social cohesion in South Africa, and is providing strategic leadership support to the Durban University of Technology on their Envision 2030 strategy tracker. And then she's also joined by Dr. Catherine Morse. Catherine has over 20 years of experience in NGO project management, working with children, teens, and families in Australia and South Africa. Catherine is currently based at the Center for Human Science Research at UCT, but she was also the Mill Specialist at Nal'ibali. Catherine is passionate about community development and values education as key to unlocking personal and community potential. Welcome, both of you.
Can we have our presentation up, please? Let me get started whilst I'm sure the technical hitch will sort. Honourable Minister, distinguished guests. This event is a testimony to the strength of cross-sector collaboration, thought leadership, and a collective desire to celebrate the gains made in the literacy ecosystem without detracting from the urgency with which we must respond to the constraints that still exist. I have the honour of co-presenting the National Reading Barometer inaugural launch with Tara. This first session that we're speaking into is on the National Reading Survey, which forms a part of the whole National Reading Barometer project. So the National Reading Survey was initially run by the South African Book Development Council in 2006 and 2016. So it's a piece of longitudinal research which allows us to track change in the sector over time. After 20 years of significant contribution to the sector, the South African Book Development Council sadly closed their doors in 2021, leaving a gap for us in terms of our sector monitoring. Nal'ibali stepped into this gap with our lovely partners, especially national libraries and our funders, to be able to continue this piece of research to give us feedback on how the literacy sector is developing over time. Can I? Ooh, that was interesting. Okay, there we go. So the National Reading Barometer project has two elements. It has the National Reading Survey, which is a nationally representative survey of this year 4,250 adults aged 16 and up on their reading practices. And it also has a barometer, which is, I'm going to describe it a little bit more, but it's a compilation of primary and secondary data on the national reading ecosystem. So the National Reading Survey describes adult reading behavior and motivation in South Africa across reading cultures, and we decided to make this embrace the diversity of South Africa and the multilingual context that we have, to embrace that reading is now not only on paper, but is also digital. To understand reading motivation and attitudes, why people read or don't read, and why they read with children or don't read. To understand access, to map access and barriers to access by materials, by type, by language, to track change over time, and to inform research policy and practices. The National Reading Barometer, on the other hand, is describing the systemic enabling and constraining factors. I have a little illustration here, just so that you can get an idea of what it's like. So if these little, trying to not drop my marbles, if these little bags of marbles represent some of the indicators we pick up from the National Reading Survey in terms of attitudes and motivations, they're part of the barometer, but also part of the barometer is information about reading ability. So we didn't pick that up from the survey, but there's lots of information in the sector about reading ability. That's in the barometer. Also in the sector, there is information about access to materials. For example, how many libraries there are per person in South Africa. That's in the barometer. And finally, there is information, oh, I'm dropping these marbles, about our institutional systemic things like policy and budget, what's enabling, what's constraining in that. And all of those things kind of pile in together to become the barometer, which is made up of 52 different data points. So we will talk more specifically on the barometer in a later session after morning tea. Yeah, there we go. So just to put this into context, the National Reading Survey is part of a longitudinal series of studies about adult reading in South Africa. The first two iterations in 2006 and 2016 were undertaken by the South African Book Development Council. And Nal'ibali and National Libraries, along with our other partners, have taken on this particular iteration of the data collection. And hopefully in the future, it will be Nal'ibali, National Libraries, and other lovely, not yet discovered partners who want to join the work. We have done our best to develop some cohesion between the previous iterations and 2023. However, the questions from the 2016 survey were not publicly available. They're under IP, so we had to kind of draw some conclusions about what exactly the question might have said. So we cannot claim to have perfect cohesion between the two, but we do have some good indicators that we're fairly confident that we can track change with. So this particular iteration of the survey was a revisioning. So the steering committee met. One of the things we particularly wanted to do was we wanted to redefine reading cultures for our context, for our time. At its most basic level, reading means engaging with written symbols and making meaning from them. The conventional approach in discussing South Africa's reading culture explicitly or implicitly defines a reader as someone who regularly reads books in print and has printed books in their home. There's extensive global and South African evidence about the importance of deep reading books, and especially fiction, for adults, the effect of books in the homes for children's school performance, and long-term socioeconomic success. So these forms of reading are important. However, these are not the only forms of reading. The National Reading Survey defines reading more broadly in ways that are adapted to our 21st century African context. This means taking into account multilingual reading, digital reading, especially by youth, reading for digital communication, that means WhatsApps, reading of wide variety of materials, newspapers, religious books, online materials, including materials that are free or shared or borrowed or otherwise accessible with few economic resources. The National Reading Barometer project therefore defines multiple reading cultures rather than a single idealized book reading culture that people do or don't belong to. The diverse reading cultures are not defined normatively, how we think South Africans should be reading, but are based on the statistical analysis of reading practices of our actual real respondents, how they actually are reading. And this is done and described by the development of personas, which we will talk further about later on this morning. Yeah, so we, as a steering committee, when we met, we felt that debates on reading in South Africa often start at a deficit point of view, like what we don't do, what we're failing at, what we're terrible with. And it was a deliberate intention of the steering committee to actually try and shift that narrative a little bit without undermining the constraints and the difficulties that we do have. We wanted to recognize and celebrate where we actually are succeeding. So why is it important to have this plural, inclusive definition of a reading culture? Traditional definitions are there, you know, kind of like you either are a reader or you aren't a reader. It's almost like a club you're in or you're not in. People in the club do club behaviors. So what we're trying to do is widen the club membership. If we can include more people in the concept of being a reader, our hope is that they would then engage with more of the behaviors of reading that we would like to see. An example from my childhood, imagine me age 2, obviously much cuter than I am now, sitting in a big cardboard box with my Dick Bruner book about a rabbit called Miffy and my yellow wooden duck that I had wheels that I dragged with me everywhere. And I was reading my book to my duck. And I was pointing to the pictures and telling my duck about Miffy's long ears and her 2 cute button eyes. And nobody said to me, that's not real reading, right? You're not recognizing symbols. There's no phonetic decoding. That was reading. And I thought I was a reader. And it wasn't until I went to school that I discovered there was a whole other level of stuff to do with reading, but it was okay. I was okay with that because I was in the reading club. I believed in myself as a reader. And it's that sort of inclusiveness that we've tried to bring into the definitions of reading. So if people are starting out as a reader and all they do is sometimes read a WhatsApp or sometimes send one, they're still reading. And from that recognition, we can build steps to further reading behavior. Would be so nice if this moved on here. Are you able to do it from the station there? Because I don't seem to have control. I'll keep going. I'm just going to assume that they'll work it out. So I'm going to talk about the design of, oh, there we go. Thank you. Okay, so the design of the survey. So we had 196 questions, which obviously had lots of different options, resulting in 800 variables and a very large data set from 4,251 respondents. The questions were some, as we could track through from the 2016 survey. It's going on its own there. Sorry about that. Some we tracked through from the 2016 survey report, and some were questions that the Steering committee developed out of our research questions, out of our understanding of sector theory of change, and where we needed to have information to understand how that theory of change was moving on. The sample for the research was generated through a spatial sampling frame that categorizes neighborhoods by socioeconomic and infrastructure levels and selects areas representative of social and economic distribution in each province. Households and individuals are then randomly selected within each neighborhood. The data collection tools and processes were piloted, and data collection was carried out from late 2022 into early 2023. Respondents were found and selected face-to-face, and then they did the survey via phone. If they didn't have their own phone, then a field worker stayed with them and loaned them a phone so that they could participate. The full questionnaire was collected on Kobo Toolbox, and then data analysis was done in Stata and R. And the final sample was weighted for age, race, and province using the General Household Survey 2021 as a guideline. Our questions ended up going into different buckets so that people didn't have to answer the whole 800 variables. But so with adult reading, obviously everybody started, but 11% selected themselves out of answering questions about reading because they said they don't read. With reading for children, we had 47% of our sample who do live with children and answered the questions on reading with children. For digital reading, we had 73% of participants who have access to the internet sometimes and answered the internet questions. And for libraries, we had 66% of participants who have ever visited a library and therefore answered the library questions. I'm going to hand over to Tara.
Which one is it? This one. All right. Well, I hope we can get the rest of the slides. Thank you very much. What I'm going to focus on is, well, we've just heard about the sample. So there you are, some more pictures of the sample. And there we go. All right. So before I tell you about the actual findings of the survey, here's a much more cute way of summarizing the findings of the survey.
South Africans read billions of words every day for pleasure, for information, and to communicate. Reading gives us power to learn new things, tell our stories, and shape our futures. It helps build a stronger, more equal economy and a connected society. But who reads? What and how do we read? What barriers do they face? And how can we help break them down? To find out, the National Reading Barometer project ran a national representative survey with more than 4,200 adults and learned some pretty interesting things. More adults are reading with children, but they still don't have enough to read. Digital reading is growing and it coexists with other types of reading, but it cannot replace paper. People want to read in African languages, but resources are limited. Library users love their libraries, but many people still can't reach them. And passionate readers exist everywhere, but inequality still affects their reading experiences. So, how do we help reading flourish? We get more books into homes, classrooms, and communities. We publish books in African languages and increase access to the internet and libraries. We make free and affordable reading materials easy to access, and we push for policies and budgets that make it possible. And we celebrate different reading cultures that make space for anyone to count themselves in. Because when reading belongs to everyone, we can write an amazing story. The National Reading Survey will be repeated in 2026 and 2030, charting South Africa's progress as a reading society. Learn more at readingbarometersa.org.
So great appreciation to our communications partners who put that together. Another Love Productions, I think it's called, right? That was, I cried when I saw that the first time. It was beautiful. Okay, so now we need the slides back up again, please. So I'm going to start by just answering the question that we've posed as the guiding question for this project, which is, how do South Africans read? But also, how many South Africans read? So there is a very long survey findings report on the website. We do suggest that you look at it. There's the summary report in your packs that also has a lot of this information. But basically to say that what we're showing you today is a very, very short extract of all the levels of analysis that we've done. So at a very high level, if we start with the total South African 16+ adult population, so about 43 million people, we have lost again the slides. There we go. Oh, am I switching? Oh, that's because I'm pushing the wrong button. That would be me. If we use our broad definition of reading, 83% of adult South Africans read in some way. This is really important. As Kath said, including people in the reading club. And then you can move people through different kinds of reading, different layers of reading. But let's start by including people in the reading club. This 83% is made up of people who don't have the ability to read. And so we asked, if somebody sent you a letter, would you read it yourself? Say, no, I would give it to someone else to read. But also some people who can read, but just don't. So they said they spend 0 hours reading for enjoyment, 0 hours reading to get information, and 0 hours to communicate. So one of the questions is, how do we get people who can read, but don't read, to actually just start? Then we asked, how many people ever read for enjoyment? And we actually have 78% here. This is not such a big surprise, because in fact, in 2016, the answer was 71% of people who ever read for leisure. So this is not the story of a non-reading nation. Then we have homes with at least one book. Now, this is a broadly defined understanding of books. So we actually included things like cookbooks, textbooks, very importantly, religious books, which many other studies tend to exclude. But it's a starting point. It is reading. When we look at frequently read books, and in this case, we defined it more narrowly. So we're people who frequently, so once a week at least, right, read a fiction book or a non-fiction book or a downloaded ebook, we get to 32%. So this is then where we're starting to look at a different kind of level of challenge. How do you increase that? And then finally, we have about a fifth, about 22% of our adults who actually spend a lot of time reading for enjoyment, about 1.5 hours a day on average, 11 hours a week. So this is the big picture. How do we now look at this from a range of other perspectives? Volume of books. All right, so if we have 75% of adults who have any books, what does this mean? When we are looking at the number of books in comparison, we actually see that those books, those people who have larger numbers of books in their homes are increasing. So compared to 2016, there only 4% had 11 to 20 books. And now we're seeing that it's 17. So this is a really positive finding. When you look at an even larger number, 20+ books, it moved from 3% to 15%. I'm hoping that most of the people in this room will say, 30 books, I've got 200. We didn't ask that because actually the initial number categories in 2016 were so small. But now we can see that for future iterations, we're going to have to ask, do you have more than 100 books? This will now start being an actually relevant question to ask, and hopefully we can do that in future iterations. When we're looking just at fiction and nonfiction print books, however, we're seeing a different picture. So here we actually only have 37% of households with those kinds of books. This is something very important to look at. All right. Reading with children, one of our core themes. Again, a really positive finding. What we are finding is that 52% of South Africans who live with children have ever read with them. And this you can compare to the 2016 findings that said 35% of adults are reading the children they live with. So we are seeing a positive trend here. And this is something I think we didn't ask, why did you start reading with your children? But certainly all the hard work that has been done by the people in this room is leading somewhere. Let's continue with that and let's continue expanding. Another really interesting finding, because we did spend a lot of attention on digital reading, is what kinds of materials are adults reading with children. And what we're finding here, again, there are so many additional findings about this in the full reports, but here's just one to highlight, that even though adults have access to digital reading materials, or have access to the internet and are aware of digital reading materials, only 5% actually read digital materials with their children. So they are making a choice here. There's a preference for reading on paper. And I do think that's important for us to be aware of as a sector. It doesn't mean that there isn't a need to increase digital access or there isn't a good value in digital reading material distribution. But how do we also fulfill the desire for paper reading with children? All right, so that then brings us to where are we generally for adults with digital reading? In 2016, there was a much lower level of this. I think it was 5 or 7%. But what we're seeing now is that, in fact, 55% of adults do some kind of digital reading, even if you exclude social media. So reading newspapers online, reading religious materials online, this is really important, ebooks, etc. But when we actually just also look at who has access, there are still too many people who don't have any kind of internet access. So what you can see here is that if someone has internet access, they are likely to use it for reading. This is very positive. Okay, what kinds of preferences are people saying related to reading books in particular? So longer texts. What we're seeing at the moment is that you still have 48%, almost half, of our book readers who prefer reading in print. When we combine those who read only in print and a kind of combination of print and digital, then we see that we have 82% of readers who at some point read in print, and we have about 53 who read digital, so a combination of digital and print as well as predominantly digital. Okay, this is one of the most interesting findings for me. And I think, again, incredibly important for the sector. Because of our approach to looking at reading in our particular South African and African context, and having a very strong set of voices in the steering committee as well about the importance of understanding languages, we asked all of our language questions, most of our language questions, as multiple options, not do you prefer this or that language, but which of the languages across all of them do you read in, would you prefer to read in? And this was so important to coming to an understanding of the multilingual nature of South African reading. So what we're seeing here is that African language speakers really want to read in African languages, but this coexists with reading in English. And what this graph shows us is that when people read to communicate, so, your WhatsApp messages, but also your Twitter, also your emails, all of the written communication that is part of all of our everyday lives, most South Africans' everyday lives at this point, that predominantly happens in your home language, in the language that you're most comfortable with, right? Together with English. When you then get to reading for enjoyment, it's very much at the same level. We want to read in both English and our own home languages. And then when you read for information, fine, there's an understanding that English is the global dominant language. There's more material. Okay, there's a higher preference for English, but there is still a 71% of African language speakers who want materials in their own languages when they're trying to understand something, when they're trying to learn something new. This is an incredibly important finding in our view. What also then happens, and unfortunately it's sort of hidden behind the other screen here, though, is that actual materials access is way behind this level of demand. Again, this is unsurprising. When we then looked at the percentage of people who speak a language, and again, people could say they speak multiple languages at home as their main language, right? So many people said we speak English and isiZulu, or we speak English and Chivenda. So if somebody spoke a language at home, do they also have books in that language? And we find that 97% of people who speak English at home also have books in English, right? But what we're finding is that when is there any way of moving the little video screen over just a little bit, or maybe to the top, just so we can see? I don't know if that's possible. Never mind. But what we're seeing then is that Afrikaans, I think, is about 87%. But when you get to isiZulu and isiXhosa speakers, 68% have books in those languages. And then it moves down, thank you, just briefly from there. So 78% in Afrikaans, and then it moves down from there. The smaller languages, these are not entirely reliable. We had small sample sizes, but it does give you a sense that in some ways it's getting better, right? So 68% is, I found, surprisingly good. But that doesn't mean that there are lots of materials there. Maybe the few materials there are, people have them and they want them and they read them. There is a demand, we need to fill it. Okay. Libraries. Great appreciation to all of the colleagues here and who worked with us on this trip through this incredible project on libraries. And really what we have found is that libraries are still incredibly important places for reading materials access. When we, again, look at our proportions here, 66% have ever visited a library, 58% of adults have access to a community library, and that means that they know that there is one in their neighborhood, not necessarily that they've been there. 43% consider libraries as their preferred location if they were if they were asked if you had free reading materials that you could take home and keep, not just to borrow and give back, but to take home and keep, where would you like to pick them up? Libraries were by far the preferred location. So people understand their role in the larger society as a place to find things to read. Then when we actually say what's really happening, though, how often are people using libraries? It's slightly less, 28%. But if we then look at comparators, so the UK, for example, the average is 34%. So we're not doing so badly when you look at a range of information about other countries and number of percentage of people who use libraries. When you're looking at who uses libraries frequently or regularly, so at least once a month, we're looking at 19%. The usual place to get books is decreasing, but that seems to be because there are so many alternatives now, right? So people actually say, most people say they get their books in supermarkets and in stationery stores. So P&A, C&A, right? Not even specialized bookstores anymore. So I think this is simply because there are actually alternative resources. That's not necessarily a bad finding. What we then see is that 9% of library membership and only 8% are actually borrowing books. So the big gap policy-wise that we need to fill is people who attend libraries regularly, this 28 or this 19%, actually borrowing books and being able to take them home, in addition to sitting in the library itself to read books. Okay, then almost at the end of my section here, one of the fundamental underpinnings of this project, and Kath has already spoken to it a bit, is the idea that reader identity matters. So it's not just what you do, but what you do comes from how you feel, who you are, what you identify with. If you understand reader as something that people like me can do, right? And so we asked questions about reader motivation and attitude. These were also asked in 2016, but what we've done with them is to analyze them in different ways. And what we're seeing is that reader self-identification has a very, very direct effect on choices that people make about reading practices. And this was done using regressions, right? So those of you who do stats, some fairly advanced statistical analysis that says which factors actually explain variation and change in another factor, even when you hold everything else constant. So irrespective of people's education levels, irrespective of their income levels, never mind race, gender, none of that, if you hold all of that stable, what really, really matters is the kind of identity you hold as a reader. And that affects whether you read at all, it affects whether you read with children, it affects whether you read long texts, and it affects whether you use libraries. It was one of the strongest predictors for all of the regressions that we ran. And a very positive finding is that reader attitudes about surveys and motivation is increasing quite strongly. So in 2016, there were less than 10% of the respondents who agreed with a set of positive perceptions about reading. And what we've now found is more than 50%, most of them actually more than 60%. Most statements had more than 60% agreement. So this is a very, very positive finding in the sort of theory of change for social behavior change. The first step is I have to believe that it's possible for me to do something. What we now need to do is move from this first step to a step change in actual access to materials and then behavior. All right, let me hand it back to Catherine.
Okay, so we've heard short mention of reading personas. What are the reading personas? The personas represent the different reading cultures we identified in South Africa. So we took all of the results from our 4,250 participants and we did some fancy stats called cluster analysis. And we found that there were 5 distinct clusters or groups of people that grouped around particular reading behaviors. The dimensions we looked at in terms of building the personas, we looked at reading purpose. Do you read for information, communication, or enjoyment, and what proportion there was in that? We preferenced reading for enjoyment over other kinds of reading because we know that when you read for enjoyment, different parts of the brain engage around socio-emotional functioning, and there's a whole kind of beautiful brain thing that happens that makes it a more valuable kind of reading than the other kinds of readings. We looked at reading habits, and that is about how frequently you read, and obviously reading more regularly is a better habit than reading less frequently. So there was a value statement in that. We looked at reading volume. We valued reading more over reading less. We looked at reading depth. Now, this is about whether the text you're reading is short text, like an SMS or a WhatsApp, medium text, like maybe a blog or a longer Facebook post, or half a chapter from a Bible. And we looked at long text, which is now reading full chapters from a book or a report or a journal article. And we valued long text because our understanding is that as you engage in long text, that there are a lot of connections that happen in your brain around this piece of text and things you've read previously, or this piece of text and things that are happening in your life. So those linkages are more valuable. We looked at reading motivation and identity, which is whether or not you say you are a reader, like Tara just explained. We didn't value that. It was just whether you are or no. And reading material access, which is what sort of things you prefer to read. And we didn't place a value on those either. So we are going to have some fun with Mentimeter. So you can get your devices out. And we're going to have a look at some of the questions that we used in the survey and then how those relate to the personas. I went the wrong way. Here we go. So this is the Mentimeter. Da-da-da. So you can go to menti.com We will get it up on the screen in a minute. And the code is 4040199. Four zero 40199. Does anybody need the Wi-Fi password? Okay, the Wi-Fi password is CED, like the beginning of Cedar Woods, the number 4, RW88DS. I'll do it again. CED, number 4, RW88DS. And we're going to Mentimeter, which is menti.com. And the code is 4040199. And the first question you should see there is, how many children's books do you have at home right now? Code doesn't work. It could just be my eyesight. Okay, it is my eyesight. It's 48. 40199. We go 4840199. How many children's books do you have at home right now? So in the actual survey, you would have only been asked this question if you live with children. We don't expect people who don't live with children to have books, except me. I had children's books before I lived with children. Tara, can we flick back to the presentation, please? So this is some of the results that we had from the survey. And it's just to help you understand how we can use the personas. So if you have a look here, you can see that they're on the, the left side is the non-readers, which is the personas who said they don't read. Then there's functional readers who can read, but say that they would actually prefer not to, or if someone else would read for them, or if they actually had to, then they would. Occasional readers do read occasionally, self-descriptive. Regular readers would describe that they read like frequently most days. And then on the very far side, which is a little bit chopped off, is our committed readers who are reading frequently and at large volumes. So our non-readers who live with young children rarely read with those children, although 21% report having some children's books at home. An intervention could encourage non-readers to tell stories to children, distribute wordless picture books for small children, which can be read by anyone, regardless of reading ability, and build their confidence to read children's books. Functional and occasional readers read increasingly with children. Advocacy could focus on encouraging them just to give it a go, to spend a small amount of time, any amount of time, 5 minutes a day, and to find access to some reading materials. Regular and committed readers do read with children predominantly. These can be engaged around their reading identity, and those who do read with children can be encouraged to influence others and their family and community to read regularly with children. Okay, we're going to go to the next Menti. If you don't mind clicking us through, please, Tara. what type of printed materials are you most likely to read on a daily basis? So this is an open text question, which we realistically wouldn't have in a survey. We had a whole list of different types of, oh, that was fun, different types of materials that people could select from and say how frequently they read each one. But in this case, you can open text box and we're going to build a word cloud. So you can see news is coming up big there. News was a really big one actually in the survey. People are big news readers. Lots of reports, and I think that reflects who we have in the room. Reports was definitely one of mine. Okay, we've got cookbooks coming up, textbooks, religious books, non-fiction books. There are a small number of cartoon readers out there, but I don't know if they're in the room, but they do exist. Okay, let's have a look and see what the personas results were. Can we go back to thank you, Tara. Okay, so if we have a look at our personas, we can see that the non-readers do own some books. They do tend to be religious materials if they're going to own something. They do sometimes read the newspaper and they occasionally have another book. Functional and occasional readers increasingly have book ownership, more likely to have religious materials, more likely to read newspapers, and have other books at home. And then when we look at the regular and committed readers, it's like almost universally they do own books. They are also likely to have, at the same level, religious reading materials at home, some newspapers, and fiction or non-fiction books gets sequentially higher as we go through the different personas. Okay, let's go to the next Mentimeter. When reading for personal enjoyment, like reading for entertainment or relaxation, how often do you read on your cell phone? So this is an exact question from the survey. And what we're seeing here is pretty similar to what we saw in the survey. Some people are always on their phones, some people never, and there's a whole bunch of people in the middle. Okay, let's have a look at the Menti, the persona results, personas. So here we can see our personas. The non-readers cannot be engaged digitally. They do not read digitally at all. They must be reached in person, verbally, and then slowly drawn into interacting with print material before any digital material can be attempted. And the same pretty much applies for functional readers, although some younger functional readers are on social media. Occasional readers are digitally literate, but they still prefer to read on print. About a third of regular readers and half of committed readers prefer reading on digital devices over print and get excited by new online materials. They're also likely to enjoy online reading communities and networking with other readers. Okay, let's go to our next Menti. Daily or most days? This is just a rating question. We asked similar question in the survey, but not exactly. We couldn't exactly do a rating. Daily or most days, here we go. Read for my own personal enjoyment. Read to communicate with others. Read books, any kinds of fiction or non-fiction, including religious, print, or ebook. And we have a room full of people who are on comms all the time. And that's actually not that different to the whole wide world out there. The different people are out there. We're using communication is like still, it's a key reading thing that we do. Okay, let's flick through to the results. So here we see, and this is a really nice graph that Tara made, wherever she is, credit to Tara. Non-readers rarely read at all, but a small number do read to communicate, while functional readers will read for enjoyment, half do frequently read to communicate. This rises to almost universal reading for communication by occasional, regular, and committed readers, but the difference between these personas is most clear when looking at the rising level of frequent reading of books, as well as the average hours. So what you can also see here in this graph is that people don't read to communicate or read books. They actually do both. People read to communicate and read books, so it's not a trade-off. Okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, this is just a very quick illustration of the fact that if we look at the different personas by income, population group, gender, and where they live, we can see that the different personas turn up in all of those categories. So although there is differences in income in terms of non-readers are more likely to be lower income, there are also non-readers who are high income. Non-readers are more likely to live in a rural village. There are also non-readers in urban suburbs. And where it's exciting, whoops, it's doing its own thing. Let me try and go back. Where it's exciting is if you look at committed readers who are on the right, the blue that's on the right side of the graph, they're everywhere. Committed readers are all races. Committed readers live in all parts of South Africa, and committed readers are in all income groups. So it's exciting to see this because it means that it's not just wealthy urban people who are committed readers. Committed readers exist across society. We like this finding. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly finish up with some recommendations, and then we're going to go to questions. So our recommendations in terms of access to reading materials, we're very aware that one of the big things about this study is that access is it's our big deficit. Although people who want to read will find stuff to read, there is a huge market and a hunger for more reading materials, particularly reading materials that could come home from school, because some people only get reading materials from school. Families that have no books in the house rely on schools for that. Reading with children, in addition to increasing access to children's books, we need to continue to promote reading with children, and particularly focusing on reading with children before they can speak. So even very committed kind of knowledgeable readers still are mainly unaware that it's helpful to read to children from birth. So a clinic giving program would be amazing. Digital reading. We can shift this narrative that it's either reading for communication or it's reading books. They both coexist. If you're on social media on your device, it doesn't mean you don't also read books. And in fact, you are likely to actually do both. And I had a lovely story about my daughter, but I don't think I have time to tell it. But I'll just briefly tell you, my daughter does not read books. She's 14, so we all know 14-year-olds like that. But she does watch TikTok, and sometimes the TikTok influencers tell about books that they're reading, and then they post a link to like Kindle where you can read a free chapter, and she actually goes and reads it. And for the very first time in her life, her birthday list, which is coming up, has got a book on it. So there can be a pathway from digital social media to actual books. Okay. Languages, Again, access is the big thing, but I think the main thing is that providing materials in African languages to those people who are non-readers or occasional readers who want to read in print in their own language. If we want to encourage them to build reading practices, we need to start where they are at. And finally, libraries. You know, libraries make me so happy because everybody likes libraries and they work. And in the context of so many things that don't work in South Africa, the fact that libraries work is like, it just makes me very happy. But the one restriction on libraries is that the number of libraries per person and the placement of libraries means that access is restricted, particularly for people in poorer and more remote communities. So that is the library's opportunity. Okay, we are going to go to questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Captain. And thank you as well, Tara, for just giving us an overview and giving us really a nuanced perspective of where are we in the reading and literacy ecosystem in South Africa. We have about 12 minutes to take questions, and we do know that we have questions coming in from online. We have about 3 roving mics just around the room. So what I'll ask is I'm going to take the first 3 questions. So if anybody has any burning questions that they'd like to ask, please raise your hand and then someone will come up to you with the mic as soon as I have recognized you. I think that's Merle at the back with her hand up. So that's the first question. And I'm quickly looking around the room. I have another question at this table. So that's the second question. And then I've got a third question out here in front, and then I'll take the online question. So Merle, let's start off with you.
Thanks, Kelsey. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mo Mansfield. I'm from the Zero Dropout campaign, and I just want to thank you for the presentation and for this work. I think it's really insightful. I wanted to understand if you saw any significant variances between the indicators around number of books in the home and reading to children when it came to different SES levels of households. I saw that you showed that committed readers are everywhere, which was a lovely finding. Thank you for sharing that. So that's the one question. And the other one is there any kind of recommendations around how we get people to identify as readers? So what is currently being shown as, you know, useful things for us to do to ignite that identity in non-readers specifically? Thanks.
Okay, well, can I take the second question and then Tara will take the first? So in terms of reading identity, I'm going to tell you a story. I was sitting in an Uber with a guy and we were coming to the Room to Read conference for National Libraries. And he said, what are you presenting on? And I told him, and he said, well, I'm not really a reader. And I said, okay, well, if you were going to read, what would you read? And he said, sometimes I read online. And I said, what do you read? And he says, I read international news headlines and I read about building because I like engineering. And I said, so you do read? And so I think this is where it is with the perspective shift we're trying to build with this piece of work is to make the definition of reading more inclusive. If you can bring people into that identity into the club, I am a reader. But I'm not, in his mind, he said, but when I was a kid, my mum took me to the library and we borrowed books. So that's what he thought of. That's the traditional definition of a reader. A reader goes to the library, borrows books, takes them home, reads them, talks to their friends about them, swaps them over. But that excludes so many people. It excludes most people. So the intention in this work was to, let's rather include people. And from that conversation, he started to then say, I suppose I could read to my children. So like that gives you a step then. Well, actually, I am a reader. I do read online. I value it for me. Maybe it's something I can pass on to my children.
So on the socioeconomic effect, we didn't do a regression for having books in the home. And just to also say, this data set is online at Data First. We're very excited. So anybody who wants to go and run this stuff, please do, right? Please look for more stuff in the data. It's there. What we did do is we looked at what factors predict or you know are significantly related to reading with children. And income is not under the level of 12,800 household income a month. So whether you earn 0, 300, 5,000 or 8,000 or 11,000 makes no difference to whether you read with your children. Once it's above that, it's slightly more likely, but the vast majority, so like 80% of South Africans are actually under that income, right? So that's there, it makes no difference. And that was also something we were very excited about.
And out of all the things that did predict reading with children, although there was that small effect if your income was over 12,800, there were lots of other things that were much more significant, like, did you view yourself as a reader? Do you own any books? Those things were worth way more than how much money you earned in terms of the behavior of reading with children.
Great. And then I'll take the last two questions. I think we had a question over here and a question on the other side.
Thank you to the presenters and to the steering committee. I think really important study, and I think it got us all thinking about our reading behavior. So I want to ask more the researchers, reading is a socially desirable behavior. Now, when you were doing the survey, is there any way you could look at, well, were people answering in a way because it's the right thing to say, that I enjoy reading, I read to my children, I have books at home?
Okay. I'm going to take the
And then I'll take the question by Senzo, and then you guys can respond.
Cool, thanks. Lovely presentation. I think my question builds from Gail's question. My name is Senzo. And I guess my question is really around social desirability of responders, because we saw between 2016 and now, there's been a significant improvement in many questions that were asked. So how do you account or design for that? The other question I had is, you had a lot of recommendations. I just want the headlines. What would be the 2 or 3 key recommendations that you think South Africa should get behind? Out of all the many recommendations you had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to acknowledge Lebogang Sulakwe, who managed all of the data collection processes. So ideally, she should be answering that question. And also acknowledging Kwame Gyeke, who did a lot of the stats along with a couple of other statisticians who aren't here. So thank you, both of you. So desirability, look, yes, I mean, I'm sure it's there, but it would have been there in 2016 as well. And in fact, it's less there if you're doing a telephonic survey than if you're doing it face-to-face. So 2016 is likely to have been a bit stronger even than the 2023 results. What we're seeing, though, is that the big change, for example, in people agreeing with positive statements about reading, if there has been an increase in the sense that it's desirable to read between 2016 and 2023, that's itself a positive thing, right? So the message is getting through, hey, this is a desirable thing to do. In 2016, that didn't seem to be there because less than 10% said, yes, I agree that reading's good for you, basically.
So that's a shout out to all the literacy programs.
Absolutely. And of course, then there is also, this is a long survey. And if it's just a desirability story, it's hard to keep your story straight, right? So we've asked lots of different things about reading, and what the personas do, what the cluster analysis, if you guys want to know about it, ask Kwame. What it does is it basically says, is there a consistent, like across many, many different questions, is there a consistent pattern arising here about the type of reader this is? And if you're not actually telling the truth about what you're doing, you don't get a very consistent story. But what we're seeing is like really, these patterns are there. These personas are real. They are out there in the world. They are walking around. They are in this room. And that's what the stats tell us, and we believe them. Thank you.
And I think in terms of like recommendation, the key recommendation really has to hang on access. People want to read. There just isn't enough material that is affordable and accessible to them. And it's not just about children's stories. It's also about teenagers' stories. It's about adult reading. We know very clearly from this survey that adult reading and behaviors and book ownership and motivation relates so intimately to whether or not they read with children. And we want adults to read with children. So if we want adults to read with children, we need to look at the whole timeline, not just plugging lots of books into primary school readers, but we need to look from birth to adulthood. So yeah, that would be our key recommendation. Just before we finish questions, I know there are online.
Yes.
Is there anything that?
There's 2 online
Great,
questions.
Beautiful.
So we've got one from Bumi Mbete. She asks, how is data collected from other parts of the country, specifically in Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and the Eastern Cape? So I think that's a rural focus. And then another one from Dumelo asking, were all questions asked in English or partly in English and then another language?
Can I suggest that the mic go to level?
Thank you. So about how the data was collected in all the provinces. So we recruited people, we recruited contact detail harvesters in each province. So these are people who live in the communities to go around the area that they live in. So they were told which SAL, small area level, as defined by Status A. So they knew the boundaries of the community that they're working in. And they lived in that area themselves, and they'd go around collecting contact details of people. Then they would get called by a field researcher who would ask them the questions in whatever language they preferred. So that was the question.
Yeah, and our data, the slide we missed, did show the percentages per province, but it was weighted so that each province was equally represented and that each socioeconomic living area was equally represented.
And then there was just one last question from online, from Magali asking, has there been any data collected about what obstacles hinder people from reading apart from being illiterate? So maybe you can reiterate that.
Julia.
Yes, so the main barriers for not reading with children is people say they don't have enough time. And so that's why one of our other key recommendations, and so many of you in the room will know this, is just start, right? It's the messaging about just read 5 minutes a day. So really addressing that perceived barrier of time, which often isn't a real barrier of time. The barriers for adult reading, I think I'm just going to have to say, read the report. There's a whole section on barrier.
Yeah, the encouraging thing with reading with children is that once people start doing that behavior, they almost immediately become frequent readers with children. So there is people who don't read with children yet and people who read with children frequently, and just a very, very tiny number of people who do it very occasionally. So I guess it's fun, right? So once you start doing it, you keep doing it. So it's just getting people to take that first step. That is,
Thanks, Tara and Catherine. I think we're going to bring this session of Q&A to a close, and we're going to break for tea. But I think if you want to access the website, which has the barometer and the survey results, it's readingbarometersa.org. So you can access it, that's already live, and you can already just have a look through it during the tea break. We're going to break for about 15 minutes.
Yes,
so tea is served just
short
outside.
There's a short video before we go.
Yes, thank you. That's the last thing that we'll share. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Thanks, Katie. Actually, this video gives an overview. I'll let it play.
Kusabalalisa umqondo, kuyakukhulisa, kuphinde futhi kuvule amehlo akho ezintweni eziningi ezahlukahlukene. Gcina ingqondo yami isebenza kahle, kungigcina ngicabanga nangezinto eziningi ebekungeke ngizazi ukuba ngifundanga. Ndikona u ḓivha zwithu zwinzhi zwa kha mashango maṅwe na nga nḓila ine vhaṅwe vhathu vha tshila ngayo.
knowledge.
It's an escape from reality.
Ke bala ka baka la ho godisa kgopolo, la ho godisa tlotlontsho, ho ithuta maleme a mangwe.
Vir daai oomblik sien ek iets soos iemand anders het sien, vir so lank as wat ek iemand anders het wil.
Mainly dependent on the topic at hand, the topic which I'm interested in expanding my knowledge upon.
Try reading novels, based in food, agriculture, history.
Ke rata too much o bala ka ditaba tsa country or what's like.
So I like to read about what's happening around the world.
I love to read novels, also in magazines.
Nje o bana, ke zonke keep busy and ke ithuta dilo tse dintšhi go tswa go bana.
Whenever I read a book, it takes me to a journey. I automatically connect with the book. So it takes me places.
An escape. Reading is an escape. I get to be away from our current situation of what's happening in the country, what's happening in real life.
What I enjoy the most about reading is it gives you to expand your knowledge on a given topic.
As a researcher, as a person who works in a research organization, to be clued up in terms of what's happening around you.
Because it increases my vocabulary.
It helps broaden the way that you think and how you relate with people.
Maybe I feel like I haven't been giving myself enough love, then I'll read a book that will force me to gravitate towards loving myself more.
So for me, the visuals will actually drag me, then I'm focusing on that magazine.
Thanks for the video. I think what's important to share about this is some of the participants were part of the survey, and it was a public call to actually respond to these questions. So thank you to the team for pulling it together. We're going to break for tea now and be back promptly at 11:45. 55. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. It was just the first slide. Africa, Dumela. Dumela mo Africa, ke tha go be go ta setso. Le bo. Leto la kwani de. Leto la runa di kwani ali pita maro ala usai. Leto la runa ta. Le matsaparia amogetse re ara ka le ka. I think tipona mang dipina dia numba. Better le thabelo lumza ethu modimo yo net no na wena motho o phephe wena motho yo monkanyana wena ngwana mbala wosi yo motho ke mo ditso ga papa ene mo mona kunyara ra tempole ya sitimo le batimo ke tsong le tatla isonga di ga bana ba yo modimo yo ba godimo ngakwa dimwana e mentshwa ke mmidi le thade ba batsetse fela ba nto ba ile ho etole le lule le matswapa di matika dingwe o ka tsopela wa teke wa ke tsotsa di tsane le tsotsa ya a le botlhogo nna le thandi ya thandentshwa ba ne mebala ya dikhaka we bona khaka fela lo tswa le sa bebetse tsatsi di penne tsadi ke moruti lo pelo ke moriti mo patsaka go setha ya lo tshane lo tshasi so lo tole lo na le lulele ke tole la le bibi le bitika manambala o sikhi di retana ikuti Lakabe, Romanido, Sosa, Malakabe, my Hibidu. Yes. Rekoka, Itaramuru. Ritute, Botale, Ocham, Mondi, Kokamanenzaruna. Ritute, Kalimoe, Kotren, Tom Loten, Banipilun, Zarona, Achele, Hamatafu, Namahulu. Oh, Ri, Hopole, Hape, Mitupi, Kamutim, Irene, Reto, Larnad, Reto, Larnad, Pitra, Pizza, Manambala, was Nakali like a Napas. Now, Mazana.
So the poem is about the journey that we are to take as a people, specifically those who are interested in the development and nurturing of the young minds or the young nation we are currently in. And it is something that one thinks to be a very simple task majority of the time, especially if you are where we are seated on soldiers. I come from a rural space. So everybody thinks that things are easy to solve. There are some things that are a bit difficult to solve, especially on the literary space. So the poem was intended to actually talk about the journey that a nation is to take in order to redefine what itself is. And hence, I draw the page. Thank you.
Mostly, thank you so much for your passion. It just comes through in your poetry. And I think you're underselling yourself a little bit. Let me tell you a little bit about Ukhosi. He's a poet, he's a writer, a drummer, a vocalist, and an educator. He founded the Khusong Literary Club and was the chairman of the Fifth Grove Poetry Club in Arts and Culture in Khusong and Merafong in Gauteng. He holds a BSc in Biology and Chemistry and is currently completing his BEd degree. Khosi, thank you. So now for the next segment of the day, we're going to get into the barometer. When Catherine was up here earlier, she gave you the little illustration with the marble. So we're getting into that. So Tara's going to present on the barometer, and then we're going to go into a Q&A. Tara, I'm just going to welcome you back on stage.
Thank you very much. All right, so this is now a shift in mindset. I'm going to ask you to make with me. So we're going from the individual. How does a person read? What are the choices they are making in their personal lives, in their personal environment? To the ecosystem, fishbowl. So all the things that combine to influence the choices that individuals make. And the reason we call it an ecosystem is because so many different factors interact with each other in ways that aren't always linear or predictable. But you can't fix something just by twiddling here. You have to understand what moving something here is going to do to the way in which everything else works together. All right, can we bring up the slides, please? Funi, can we bring up the slides? Thank you. So why do we need a barometer? What is the function of a barometer? The goal of this tool is very much about galvanizing collective action. So it's a tool that brings together information, but it's trying to bring together information in a way that allows decision-making to happen. So we're establishing a shared picture of the country's trajectory. Funi, not seeing the slides. Is it coming? Okay. So we're trying to see where we all are, but agree on that so that we can have a conversation. In a way, we are a sector, but we're also subsectors, right? So maybe the publishing industry doesn't talk to the NGOs that often. Maybe the guys in Treasury who take decisions about VAT on books aren't having the conversation with the DBE. Maybe they are. But how do we have conversations amongst all of us with a shared sense of urgency in order to galvanize collective action? Now, how do we do that? We do meet each other quite often, maybe not always in this particular constellation, but there are so many forums that are already in place. There's no need for more forums and new forums. There are so many ways in which we're already talking to each other. But we're talking to each other usually in our own priorities. And we have research, and we have policy directions, and we have strategies, and these are all wonderful. But they are part of this multidimensional context that's hard to get an overview of sometimes. So what the barometer is trying to do is not to replace anything, not to change the fundamental mandates and targets of what's already happening, because so many institutions are here doing amazing work. But it's about simplifying the complexity so that we can all see it as a big picture. And we do that by using uncontested data. So it's secondary data that all of you have produced. We're not trying to replace that. We're simply pulling your data together. And we're going to try to use some visual storytelling to show where we are now, but to also give a sense of what does that mean? Where are we now? Not just good, bad, but in relation to what trajectory, where are we trying to go? What can we realistically compare ourselves to? So that is the function of the barometer. Our approach to the reading ecosystem, again, is to be multidimensional. In this case, we are looking at 4 key dimensions. So the first is to understand reading ability. So what data do we have across the ages? So from ECD through to adult, about whether people can read. Then we're looking at materials access, incredibly important. Institutional framework, what that then does is it gives us the bigger picture of the institutions and the policies. And then finally, what we're really ending up with, sort of our impact measures, right? If the ecosystem works, what do we get? We get reading motivation and practice. We get people actually reading. What we're doing then is we're debating targets and progress. So we are putting forward suggestions about a rating, and we're calling it whether a particular measure, we've got 55 measures, whether those are constraining, enabling, or in between, which is emerging. So these are continuous present, right? Ing verbs. So it's a process. We are not giving people a mark and saying, you've got an A or a B or a C, you failed, you got an F. No, we are saying these measures are working together in ways that interact, which create something. They are creating the choices that we have about reading. And so it's a moving, it's an ecosystem. Everything moves all the time, right? Everything's changing all the time. Where are we in this process? Very much about recognizing strengths and weaknesses. So many advocacy processes only look at what's not working and what we therefore want to put ourselves out there as ready to fix, right? This project isn't about fixing. It's about saying, here's the picture. Now, everyone else who is here, can we discuss together which parts are we very proud of? Do we need to protect? Which parts are almost there? How can we get them over that hurdle to being enabling? And which parts are we all really worried about? How do we come together and support those? So strengths and weaknesses are absolutely important. The consultative process has already been mentioned by all the speakers, Prabhakazi to start us out with, Catherine. This selection of measures started out with the steering committee. First of all, the choice to do a barometer at all. There was a discussion in the steering committee. And then what are the dimensions? What are the measures? And then once we actually had concrete measures, we spoke in detail to national libraries, we spoke in detail to DBE, we spoke to the Publishing Association colleagues, we spoke to people across the civil society, and we actually checked, are these the right measures? Are we rating them correctly? Is this the best data source? What does it mean? So there may well be ones in here. Of course, the final decision is still ours. We're still responsible. But we have consulted extensively, and hopefully many of you in the room will recognize your influence here. And then finally, it's exploratory. This is the first time we're doing this. This is the first iteration of the barometer. It will be repeated in 2026 and in 2030. And it means there are things missing. And there are things that might be misinterpreted and misunderstood. And that's fine, because we are putting forward a proposal for the kinds of things that are important. We don't want to go much beyond 55 indicators, to be honest. So you can't add everything. The point is not to reproduce the ecosystem. The point is to provide a very simplified picture of the ecosystem so that we can actually grasp it. It's complex, so we're trying to grasp it. But certainly we are here to have the conversation, and we want this to be a conversation starter, not a conversation closer offer. And so any ideas that you have about how to improve this, what needs to be changed, very, very welcome. Okay, how does the ecosystem relate to the reading cultures that we've just spent the morning talking about? So we've heard that, of course, demographics, where people live, how much they earn, their level of education, it influences the choices people can make around their reading cultures. Not as much as you would think, though. The identity makes a much bigger difference. But the choices people are making is not just about their individual circumstances. It is also about the wider enabling and constraining environment. And this green part is the story we're going to be telling with the barometer. And it's the story that we feel hasn't actually been told in this way up until this point. So this is really the contribution we're trying to make here. In addition, there is a wider circle of the society in general. So we've just heard Josi very importantly saying we were all on this journey of fixing the society more broadly. There's a much broader context of child well-being, of social growth, of democratization. We've got elections coming up next year. All of we were hearing people saying, I read in order to escape and relax out of the general stress of life. So those things also affect, we were just saying, somebody who's trying to distribute reading materials, but the postal service isn't working, massively changes your calculation of what's an affordable. So these broader things, even if they're not in the barometer, are also there, and they also affect the readers, and the readers affect, in turn, a more equal, more democratic, more tolerant society. Okay, so what does the South African reading ecosystem in 2023 look like? What we're seeing is, out of our 55 indicators, 46% of them, almost half, are enabling. What that means in our language is that they're not as good as we would want them to be, but they're getting there, right? What we do see as well is that we have 29% of our indicators being constraining, which means that in comparison to targets that have been set in the country or in comparison to similar countries elsewhere, we are simply far behind. And that these are things that don't just not work on their own, they are also then constraining other things around them that should be working better. We do have 16% of our variables that are enabling, that we can pull ourselves up by, that are already very powerful opportunities in the sector. And then we have some gray here, which is variables that we feel are important in the reading ecosystem, but where we don't have reliable data. That's either because we have something new, like the benchmarks, the reading benchmarks, but there isn't yet data to go with them about where we actually are as a country. So that's not a negative finding. That's actually a very positive one. It's coming soon. And then there are some where, we'll give you examples, where there is existing data, but it hasn't been compiled in a way that really allows us to see what's going on. So there are some recommendations there. All right, now let's look at it by dimension. Reading ability. This is really our most hurting dimension, at least for me, because what it is telling us is that so many of the indicators we have for the quality of reading ability, especially in ECD and primary, are just below par. And we all know this and know that it's been called the reading crisis, and there's so much effort being going into it. When we actually get to the adult and youth literacy levels, however, we've sort of there with the other lower middle income countries. So there is some green here. And again, this 25% here that's gray is because we have data that's still coming. This is not a negative finding, it's very much a positive one. When we look at reading materials access, yes, we have massive constraints in terms of reading materials access, as Catherine has said, but there are also some positive elements of the reading environment here, and we'll look at those. The institutional framework, a big spread here. We have some really positive enabling policies and institutional capacities, but we have quite a lot that is simply stuck or not as enabling as it could be. And then finally, motivation and practice. What are people actually doing? The motivation and practice measures are all from the National Reading Survey that you've just heard about. And what we're seeing here, the way in which we would interpret it at least, is that even when you have many constraining aspects to your ecosystem, people who want to read will find ways to read, which is why we're mostly in the amber here. We're mostly in our emerging. But really the key there is how do we swap that over? How do we get a bit more green into the other enabling dimensions in order to just make it that much easier for people to make that choice that they really want to make to be able to read. Okay. When we now look in more detail, so you have a summary report in your books there, in your packets. The detail on the number of measures for each of these is in there. On the website, there is a technical barometer report, which has a lot more information about every single measure, including the logic behind the rating scale, comparative information. So please do go to the website and check that out. What I'm showing you here is just little examples because we don't have time, but there is a lot more there on the website for you to look at. What there also is a downloadable Excel sheet. So if you do want to look at it in Excel, you can. And then there's the technical report that's there as a PDF. All right, when we look at reading ability, there are three types of measures that we considered. So just for examples, we are looking at averages. What is the total national performance? But in addition to that, we know in a highly unequal society like South Africa, the distribution really, really matters. So averages hide a lot. What is therefore the difference? What is the level of inequality between the richest and the poorest, or between, so quintiles usually, or between provinces, or between language groups? And then finally, there's also the rate of change. Are we seeing improvement? So let's look at some examples. Here are the 8 dimensions that or measures that we've included in the reading ability dimension. So at the top here, we have ECD level, emergent literacy and language skills at age 4 to 5, using the Thrive by 5 index. So the average is about 55% of kids at this age have emergent literacy and language skills, right? This is a constraining factor. If half of the kids going into first grade do not have the basic skills to start learning. That's just an example of how we would use an average. Now, when we look at foundation phase reading skills, FUNS is the Funza Uphumelele National Survey, which many of you maybe haven't heard of yet. It's the new reading benchmarks data sets that will be coming, which is why it's there as not yet available. But what we want to look at is, so number 3, both what the average is, but then number 4, what is the spread? What is the level of inequality? Once we have that data, that we will be able to see, hopefully not as high, but we all fear that it will be a high level of inequality because we see that across all of our education stats. So we want to make sure that we measure that. And then finally, when we're looking at an example of change over time, not only do we include pearls, it is a major international data point. We want to have it in the barometer, but not just the average, but also change over time. So we know that compared to the 2016 pearls, we've gone backwards this year, but so did the rest of the world. In the pearls before that, South Africa was one of the largest and fastest gainers. So that is itself a valuable data point and should be recognized. So by the time we do the barometer again in 2026, we will hopefully have the next round of pearls and we will see if we have succeeded in catching up again, not just to what we lost because of COVID, but in fact regaining that that learning trajectory from the last trials. All right, the next dimension is reading materials access. And here we have looked at 5 sort of sectors in the reading materials production and distribution universe. So libraries, absolutely crucial, but also very much the Department of Education. So one of the most really touching findings in the survey was that many households really only have textbooks and school readers. Those are the only books in the house. Those are really important, not just for kids, but for the adults in the house as well. So how do schools play a role in getting materials into homes? We understand that's not the DBE's mandate, but is there a way for that existing pathway to be used by the wider ecosystem and in collaboration and partnership with the wider ecosystem to get books into homes? The publishing industry, obviously, absolutely crucial, plays different roles. There's the education publishing industry and there's the trade publishing industry, very different patterns. Civil society produces an incredible volume of reading materials. And then there's the digital world and digital access. So again, just a couple of examples, not wanting to take too much time. We have examples such as libraries per population. Again, how do you decide if it's good or not good? So what we did is we looked at the 2013 draft norms and standards documents for libraries. Yes, they weren't passed, but it was very, very detailed analysis done at that point. What would be the expected and desired distribution of libraries in the country? But we then also looked at what's actually realistic in an international comparison. What is Egypt and Kenya and Australia? And, you know, what other countries can we actually compare ourselves to? What is their average library per 100,000 or one library to what population? So this is all documented in the report if you want to look at it in detail. Then we look at DBE, for example, so school libraries, unbelievably important. This is gray because the school monitoring survey this past year had some glitches around their libraries data, but we know in future there will be better data about this. And we know that the system is already aware of how important it is not just to document full school libraries, but to document book boxes and classroom libraries and all of the initiatives that so many of you are involved in here. If we look at publishing as an example, what we're looking at there, so if we look previously at the bottom, you see number of publishers. There is an active and diverse publishing community, lots of small publishers. Yes, many are struggling, but they're there. So we have some very positive pictures of the diversity of the publishing industry. But when we look at languages, we see less than 1% of books, of revenue generated by the trade publishing industry is from materials published in African languages. So why is that? What is it as a sector that we can understand better? Because so many of the small publishers publishing in African languages say it's hard to sell them. What is it about the demand and the supply that is not working right now? How can we break that up? Then we have free print reading material by civil society. We actually asked, I think, the 7 NGOs that produce the most, and found that last year more than 6 million pieces of free print material were distributed. Actually, not just printed, but distributed. If you look at the stats that say, well, we've got 11.2 million children under the age of 10 in South Africa, that basically means that every child would have gotten half a book. If it were, in fact, evenly distributed, but of course, many children get a whole anthology or, subscribe and so get something monthly. So many more children don't have access. So the value here is saying, yes, amazing, 6 million. But what's our target? On what basis should we be looking at this? And of course, it's not just up to civil society. The public sector is also part of the story. how much of the demand of 11.2 million kids, should they each be getting a book a year? What is the target? Where are we trying to aim for? And then we can all plan and coordinate. One of the things that civil society doesn't do very well is coordinate, right? So if we have a shared target, put your hand up. I'm doing 20% of the shared target this year. Yay. Then we can actually talk about it in a different way. And then digital, we still have a massive constraint related to data costs, even though our internet access isn't so bad comparatively. All right, moving on to the institutional framework dimension. What we're doing here is, again, very, very high level. There is an incredible amount of depth and complexity related to all of the policy processes and the capacity processes that we've included here. And we are very aware that all we're doing is saying, has it been passed? Does it exist and it's been passed, but it's not implemented if it's a policy? And is it passed and implemented? So what we really want for future iterations of the barometer and what we want for further discussion as a sector is much more nuanced. But what it does is it just helps to say, well, which policies actually matter? Let's put them all in one pot and see what happens. So let's use an example of an enabling policy environment. This year, we have had a complete shift in the availability of national standardized assessments. We now have Thrive by 5 as of last year. We have ELNA as of last month. We have the so the reading benchmarks surveys, right, which are still coming, and the epistemic evaluations launched. So 18 months ago, none of this was really agreed upon as a set of tools to track reading ability. And now we have these tools, and that is wonderful. And we greatly appreciate that. And that is very much something we consider enabling. Then we'll look at another area that's emerging. So we included this one because of a conversation that we were having with colleagues at the DBE, saying that the national DBE, as you all know, does not have a mandate to do education. That's the provinces. It has the mandate to oversee and monitor and guide. But it doesn't currently, it has policies, of course, and they are being deepened with the reading plan. But there is currently insufficient specificity that makes sure the provinces have to report on whether they're prioritizing their education budgets to reading, foundation phase, learning and teaching, support materials, acquisition, all of that. The reporting that provinces do is all different, and it's just, you can't bring it together and say, are you following national priorities on reading? So that's why we've put this here as emerging. But very likely that will shift as the reading plan specifies and increases national DBE's ability to monitor the system in terms of these priorities. And then as another example for what's constraining, library and information systems policy. We have libraries that are running really well, as we hear, but there isn't actually an active past policy that enables libraries to have, for example, a dedicated norms and standards. How many staff members should there be? What's your minimum budget for a library? What's your minimum collection? What's the turnover rate of materials you're supposed to have? And so all of this has been drafted, but seems to be a bit stuck in the consultation process. As a sector, can we work together to move this forward so that the libraries that we love actually have an enabling policy environment? These are just some examples, and you can see the rest of it in the report. Okay, almost at the end, motivation and practice. What actually matters? What we've looked at is the reading identity, as we've mentioned, how important that is. We've also looked at reading for enjoyment and for information, less reading for communication, because that really is universal now, right? But we still want to zero in on the importance of the value, the personal value and the social value of reading for enjoyment and for information. Reading with children is absolutely crucial. Book reading, digital reading. The reason we have youth in here is, of course, we have a very large percentage of our adult population who are young, but also because this is where you see change over time most quickly. So if you're looking at national averages for adults, obviously you're going to have legacy effects. You're going to have people over the age of 40 or 50 who are still reading based on policies of 30 years ago, and missed opportunities. What we, if we're trying to say, how is the work that we're all doing today working itself through the ecosystem and showing up in how people read, we need to be looking at how the changes in youth reading practices. So if we just look at that here, we have reader identity, we have reading for enjoyment and information by adults overall and by youth. We have book reading, digital reading, reading with children, especially reading with young children. So in this case, that means children before they can speak or read for themselves. And then attitudes towards reading with children. And what we see here, as we said initially, is that much of that is emerging. The attitudes are getting much better, but that we are really still constrained in terms of book reading. All right. So let me just close with a couple of recommendations, and then we'll go to questions. So the barometer aims, again, are to promote debate, to catalyze agreements across the sector, to monitor progress towards the goals of what the sector agrees, and then to galvanize collective action. So there's really only two areas that we would really like to see happening as a barometer team, and that is to improve the data. So there are some very particular specific ones related to the reading plan. It's not just action points that should come out of that, but also the ability to monitor. So clear guidelines on how provinces, but maybe also other reading sector actors report on what they do, so that it actually can be seen whether we are following the policy guidelines. There is also existing data in the library sector, in the civil society sector, in the publishing sector, that is currently reported on in ways that are a bit all over the place, and it's hard to pull it together into a way that sees if the ecosystem is functioning. So there are some recommendations about how to pull that together better, and I very much welcome conversations about that. And the second set of recommendations are about collective action. So as I said, there's no need for new forums. We've got lots of forums already. So in those forums, how do we actually have a conversation about setting collective targets for reading? Not just the foundation phase reading benchmark targets, we have that, but beyond that, what's the ECD target setting? What are the teen, what are the grown-up target settings? Very much about collective work around access. So whether that's books in rural areas, etc. One of our findings was also related to the private sector. So there's a lot of corporate money that wants to go into something valuable, making that point that reading is so important. And so much corporate CSI money is already going into education, but it's not ring-fenced for literacy within the education pot. So what are the conversations all of us can be having with our corporate funders and colleagues in that sector to focus a bit more on literacy. And then there's basically a discussion about the stalled policy processes. We've only mentioned the libraries one, there are a number of other ones. What role as a sector can we play to just support these policy-making processes to come to conclusions so that we all have a clearly agreed set of norms, standards, policies and practices to engage with. So I'm going to leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tara. That was so useful just to see where the gaps and opportunities are. We are a little bit strained on time, so I'm just going to take one round of questions from the individuals in the room. So if I can just see some hands, specifically around what Tara has presented, and if you can just be a little bit brief in those questions. I'm just looking around the room. So everything was clear. There were no questions. There was nothing that made you go, maybe I need to understand that a little bit better. I have a hand at the back. And I'm just quickly going once, Going twice? I have a hand on this side of the room, and I think those are the two hands that I'll take then. Let me start at the back with, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Babongile Zulu from Jonathan Ball Publishers. And I was just wondering where in the scale a resource like audiobooks would fit in. I know there's a bit of a debate obviously around that, but I would just, yeah, it'd be interesting for me to find out. Thank you.
Senzo, you can go ahead.
Cool. Thanks, Senzo here. Just one question on the institutional framework. You placed no tariffs on imported books, I assume, as an enabler. Couldn't the opposite be argued to be true too? That I guess it's not, it makes local markets more difficult to compete and to create a driving environment for local publishers to drive if internationally imported books have no tariffs associated with them, and therefore as a consequence of that limit the extent to which our publishing houses can drive and grow in our country that actually produces books that are appropriate for South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start with that first, that second question first. That's actually a really, really good point. And that's, it's there together with that. So the VAT conversation is constraining, and then the tariffs are enabling in the sense that there aren't any, but we put those two together and it really constrains the local publishing industry. So you're absolutely right. And that's a great example of where a further advocacy push by the entire sector could happen. So as far as we know, there was a discussion about VAT on books in the Davis Commission, and they decided not to reduce VAT levels or zero rate books, maybe because it was kind of considered a luxury consumer good. But I mean, that's not how it should be. It should be a public good. And if this sector can use data like what we've just produced, that, you know, adult reading is absolutely crucial for child reading and the whole positive society, then those kinds of conversations absolutely should be opened up again. So yes, absolutely. Audiobooks. So I think we had one question about audiobooks, and there were very few people who actually said that they had them. It wasn't a major area of the survey. We are aware that so, I mean, audiobooks are important for two different groups of people. One, that you actually have visually impaired people, but another group of people are just readers who, you know, also want to read audiobooks. And I do think it is an area that needs a lot more exploration. It's not one that we looked at in detail. But what we certainly would like to have a way of including in future surveys is a much greater attention to differently abled people and the reading environment. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
So we will have a panel discussion later on, and I think a lot of the emerging, if you're sitting with any questions, can come up in that conversation when we unpack in detail some of the elements that came up in what Tara was presenting. But next, I'd like to welcome the Honourable Minister of Basic Education, Angie Motshekga, who will be giving a short address. I'm first just going to read a bio of the Minister before she joins us on stage, if that's all right. Okay. So Angie Motshekga holds a BA in Education and a B.Ed from the University of the North and a master's degree in Education from Wits University. She has published and conducted research in education, women's development, and language studies. Motshekga has had extensive involvement in education struggles and experience in education policy development. Her experience as an educator includes teaching at Soweto's Orlando High and lecturing at the Soweto College of Education and Wits University. She's also founded and served on various boards focusing on education and women's development. She was working as a convener for gender in the Office of the President and proceeded to work as a trainer in the Department of Public Service and Administration. She was elected a member of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in 1999 and appointed chairperson of the Standing Committee on Education. She was appointed as MEC for Social Development in 2000 and in April 2004 as MEC for Education. She then joined Parliament in 2009 and was appointed a cabinet member of Basic Education. And in 2014, as well as in 2019, she was re-elected to this post. She has served in the African National Congress and the African National Congress Women's League in different positions and at different levels. She was the national president of the African National Congress Women's League from 2008 up until 2015. She is currently a member of the African National Congress NEC and the African National Congress National Working Committee. Welcome, Mr. Stuck.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me also acknowledge the participants and say good day. You must be says good morning, good day. Thank you very much, really, for inviting us as a department and me today at this launch of the National Reading Barometer. Indeed, it's been a pleasure to be here and go through even the information that we have received around promoting literacy and cultivating a love for reading in our great nation. After having received or being part of received the presentation, I really feel like I've been asked to preach to the converts. But as a churchgoer, we do it every Sunday. So we get preached and you even know where the verse is, but it gets repeated all the same because what it does, it really confirms your views and your beliefs and strengthens your faith. So I'll repeat to the converts what I know they know. Really, the fact that reading is very essential. It's a key tool, and I really can't overemphasize the importance of the exercise and appreciate the focus and the attention that is being paid on issues of reading. Because it's just not merely a pastime, but a very important tool for individuals, for communities who really aspire even for greatness. It underscores the notion that through reading one gains knowledge, broadens their perspective, and cultivates the intellectual depth necessary to transcend mediocrity. Hence, as I say, I fully appreciate the commitment and the efforts to help us as a country understand scientifically where the gaps are, where the problems are, and what we need to do in a very systematic way. And for that, I'm very appreciative. I really want to emphasize the significance of data-driven decision-making in improving our work, but also in improving reading. And the National Reading Strategy that presented today really will help us to continue to provide information on adult reading, which I also found very enlightening, very helpful, the habits, attitudes towards reading, and access to reading material. So that I also find very helpful, because when we receive the PILS report, some of the information that we share with people, it's also about the reading trends that are there in the country in different ways. So the survey helps to shed light on the current state of adult reading in our country, and does allow us to identify where we've made progress. And I was heartened because I have an extreme view of our reading challenges as a country. And always, when I have a platform program director say, it's said that even those that can read don't read. So they're as good as illiterate if they can read and don't read. So I was encouraged when you gave us a figure that while they read. But also it uncovered when we read the report that more than 2/3 of our children arrived at school without owning a single children's book. And it forced me to look back because I raised a number of kids, my own personal kids, but also family kids. And I asked myself, did I buy them books even as a teacher? And now that I reflect on it, it's just because I think the house where they had to read books that were there, not their own books. And sometimes as a parent, you'll be driven by dynamics to know if a book belongs to a child, no one can touch it. So it brings other politics of bullying amongst children that it's my book, you can't read it. But I think the pride of having your own book also I think something that we have to raise as a consciousness amongst parents, because as I say, as a mother, I just thought those books don't belong to a mind, read them and then bring them for other kids to read. But just owning your own book and the pride of just saying, this is my book, I think makes very helpful insights. But they also highlight the urgent need to address the lack of access to reading materials amongst our young learners. It is an extensive compilation of indicators that also help us to not only tick boxes, but to have a whole a holistic sense and understanding and vital information around policies, budgets, the education systems to teach and support reading and access to reading materials and equity between languages. I was commenting to Dr. Kosa here to say, even in terms of the access of the books that we're demonstrating here, it's so sad that it really mirrors what came from PILS also, in terms of languages. isiZulu performs better, and isiXhosa performed better. Tsonga performed dismally, even in PILS. And we had to ask ourselves, why is it performing so dismally? Because we'll pride ourselves to say PILS was in their home language, but perhaps they've not seen enough of the written word in Tsonga, that even if they have not to answer questions about an octopus, I don't know what it's called in Tsonga, and the struggle to really get an octopus and understanding the octopus in your mother language, in your mother tongue, and you can see that they match very well. So, and that's what was also happening about the results, because we could see correlations between the information that we have and the information and what we need to attend to. And this comprehensive tool will allow us again to, as I said, to gain a holistic understanding of the reading landscape in our nation and guide us in continue to make informed decisions. Further, we believe that when we combine the data from the National Reading Survey with essential data sets that we have, as I said, as we were presenting, I could really link that to other data sets that we have in ELNA, that we have in PILS, and you could see clear correlations, even with Thrive by 5, to see really that it enriches the data that we have. Because these data indicators and assessments provide, as I say, valuable insight into reading skills, early learning, and the overall reading culture in our country. Additionally, we eagerly anticipate the forthcoming Funda Uphumelele National Survey on reading skills, which will further enhance our understanding around reading proficiency. And one crucial aspect that we cannot overlook is the importance of adult reading, but also adults encouraging reading in their own spaces. Program directive, allow me, I like telling this one. My mother was a school principal, and she said, she's 92 now. We still talk education because, and I stay with her now because she's fragile, but she still is very alert. That an old parent from Soweto came to her to say, you know what, Principal, there's something happening. Each time I ask my grandchild to read for me under the tree, it's March now, he keeps on reading me the same story. So it's either the child's not coming to school, and the grandmother really suspected that the child was banking classes. And indeed, she says, when I went there, I only discovered that indeed there's not adequate reading in the classroom. But what was helpful actually is that the grandmother can't read, but she's encouraging reading by saying these children have to read to her. And it's those little things that also about adult reading. What is it that you do in the homes, even if parents can't read? Because if you're an adult, I always tell you can catch the young ones when they play clever. They read a story, they page a donkey, they speak about the dog. You can see that, here I'm being plain, this story is not it. So you can really work out, because it says, Principal, and I can see there are dogs, there are cats, there are pigs in the books. When is he going to talk about these cats? And it's almost half the year. And every day I hear this story about this dog and dog and dog. It says, it means she's not coming to school or something is not happening. So our recent PILS results have shown that children from homes where parents read regularly and enjoy reading perform better on reading assessment. It holds even true to households where parents have a low levels of education and income. Family reading culture can make the most significant difference in households that are not well off, improve that reading, nurture positive attitudes towards reading amongst adults, support adult reading, and build an inclusive reading culture that belongs to everyone. And indeed, we should build upon the existing reading practices, including, as we say, religious reading. And hence, even with PILS, we've decided on our own shows to even go to visit churches, Sunday school classes, to really get them also to create those reading clubs and making sure that any other opportunity we have to inculcate and support reading, and even ask people who've got, in my case, all those books that I don't know, so just have to go and donate those books to those spaces so that books can be accessible. We do believe that we must strive to make reading materials easily accessible to all learners and individuals. And the significance of book ownership cannot be underestimated now that we have mentioned that kids must have a book, because I used to say, these are my books, you read and leave it here. You're not taking them away. Another child must come here and find these books. So now I'm converted that they must own those books. It must be their books. So we gladly want to encourage research that does show that, as I say, even owning books can have a significant impact on child's intellectual attainment. Just owning one book, as I say, can make a remarkable difference. And we do agree with you that we have to promote this book ownership amongst our children. And we've taken notes. You can see I'm skipping pages because most of the points that we agree on are contained in the report. And we have been taking copious notes, so we'll be able to really compare notes and enrich the work that we're doing. And sad also is the fact that a significant number of children arrive at schools without owning a single book. So now this National Reading Survey did reveal quite a number of factors, including access to material in African languages. I was sharing also notes, and I'm glad that they said they're sending me classical African book stories, because we always bemoan the fact, even with my husband, to say, it's quite sad that our children, even ourselves, you sometimes can't even speak in the same idiom with them because they don't understand what to do. I can only relate with you in the idiom, but our children just can't relate in the idiom, wisdom, and sometimes the philosophy would have gained from the African books, African philosophy, and even African value systems. And it's one area I think I'm glad that it's coming up on an ongoing basis to say we have to make sure that we deliberate and consciously promote African languages. And again, I think the report has raised that, and I think it's something that I'm really glad that as a nation we're also looking at that. Because indeed, the supply of African language books remains proportionally low compared to English books and Africans, missing on the great classics that have been there, which are available, and which our children, as they grow, because we've neglected that, and I think we have to own up, we've neglected the development, the promotion and support of African languages has really gone off. Even in universities, I'm told different African languages departments are closing up because there's just no take up and no appetite for them. So we have to address this disparity and ensure that reading materials in African languages are readily available and continue to be developed. Because improving reading outcomes requires, as we had said, the two doctors, requires a comprehensive and a collaborative approach. Once we believe that as a department we have a role to play, but we're also grateful to and very appreciative to find partners who also bring certain skills and into the space, which does indeed enrich the work that we do. Because in our diverse and sometimes divided society, it will also help our children to walk in other people's shoes and get a deeper understanding of the different cultures that exist in our country. So lastly, Chair, I would like to I have to jump pages. I had a program that says a short brief, so I've jumped 4 pages. I got the message. So I'd like to stress really the importance of collaboration between the Department of Basic Education, yes, the Department of Arts and Culture, civil society, your researchers, and publishing industry. Because I do believe that together we can achieve much more. So by working hand in hand, sharing expertise and pooling resources, we can indeed create a reading ecosystem and nurture the love for reading in every child and adult in our country. Now, the second conclusion, Chair, the second conclusion. The National Reading Barometer presents us indeed with a wealth of information that will guide our efforts to improve reading skills and foster a thriving reading culture. And it is a call for action for all stakeholders to join hands and contribute to this noble cause. And for that, again, we're appreciative. And we want to say, let's embrace this data, especially for me, that's what is even more heartening about the process. This data-driven decision-making, promote book ownership, encourage book borrowing, prioritize early learning support, especially in African languages, adopt a whole of society approach, and harness the benefits of reading beyond academic performance. So working together, Chair, I do believe that we can transform lives, we can empower individuals, and build a brighter future for our children. I thank you, Program Director and the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister, for those remarks. Even though you said you were feeling like you were preaching to the converted, I think it's so important for us at this particular moment to highlight the actions that we need to take to really shift outcomes. And the next session is going to be doing a deeper dive into that conversation and unpacking that for us. So we have quite a brilliant panel that's going to be unpacking the barometer as well as the survey. So if you'll allow me, I'd like to introduce them onto stage and then read their brief bios just to give you a sense of why we thought they were important to be leading this conversation. So I'd first like to call up Katie Houston. She's going to be facilitating this conversation. Katie is a co-lead of the National Reading Barometer project alongside Kath and Tara. She has 12 years experience in literacy education, as well as holding various leadership roles at Nal'ibali, including acting director and CEO and head of research and innovation. So I'll ask that maybe you hold your applause just until I've read the other panelists, because there's 5 of them. I'd then like to call on Gepi Modumo, who is the National Librarian and CEO of the National Library of South Africa. He's a highly experienced executive who since in early 2002 gained senior leadership experience in the library and information sector as Director of Provincial Library Information Archive Services in the Northwest Province. He's also served in various leadership positions in the public sector. He holds a master's degree in library and information studies from the University of Cape Town and has completed the executive leadership program at the Gordon Institute of Business Science alongside a host of other academic achievements. And then I'd like to call on Kulula Manona, who is the Chief Director for Foundations for Learning in the Department of Basic Education. Her portfolio provides oversight and leadership to the Reading and Early Childhood Development Directorates. For ECD, this includes overseeing the transfer of the ECD function from the Department of Social Development into the Department of Basic Education. And for reading, it includes the development and implementation of literacy and reading promotion innovations and initiatives. After spending years in the classroom, she joined the Read Educational Trust, a pioneering NGO in literacy promotion. From there, she came back to public service and joined the DBE. We're also joined by Gail Campbell. Gail Campbell is the CEO of the Zenex Foundation. She's which is an independent donor organization that focuses on mathematics and language education in South Africa. With over 25 years of experience, Gail is a thought leader in philanthropy with expertise in the education sector. Her approach is values-driven with commitment to strengthening donor impact. She's an advocate for monitoring, evaluation, and learning is the bedrock for effective grant making. And then finally, we're joined by Thabiso Mahlape. Thabiso is a South African entrepreneur and founder of Blackbird Books, an independent South African publishing house that gives young Black authors a platform to become bestsellers. While juggling submissions, proofs, and sales, she's also a columnist. She's part of the Mail and Guardian Top 200 in 2017, as well as the OK Africa Top 100 Women in 2020, and was awarded a Certificate of Excellence for her work by the Premier of Gauteng, David Makura. Thabiso also holds a Bachelor of Information Science degree specializing in publishing from the University of Pretoria. And I realize I've forgotten one person. Wulelani, forgive me. Last but definitely not least is Wulelani Fuchane, who is the Nal'ibali National Programs Manager. In his time at Nal'ibali, he's led work for the organization in the Western Cape. He helped launch Nal'ibali's 1,000-job partnership with the Social Employment Fund and has trained thousands of teachers, early childhood development practitioners, librarians, young people, and parents about the importance of reading with children and how to get started. Allow me to welcome this amazing panel.
Make sure the mics are working okay. Can people hear me all right? Okay, and I know you can't see me, I'm hiding, but it's going to change in just a moment. So great. Thank you so much to all the panelists. We're so thrilled to have you with us today. I mean, I think we've heard a lot this morning. We've all had a chance to talk at the tea break. But I think, this is our opportunity to say, what now? I think we call the panel From Data to Action, and it's saying we've taken this big look at the ecosystem. We've taken a deep dive into adult reading culture and how that relates to children. So what are we all going to do? About sectors and backgrounds, and how could we do that a lot more alignment and collaboration across the sector? So I'd like to start by asking each of the panelists quite a simple question, which is, what stands out for you? There's stories that we tell about reading in South Africa, and I think today we saw that some of those stories are grounded in very, very real constraints and challenges. And I think we also saw a few things that surprised us or been a little bit different from what we what stood out? What's new? Can I start with you, Duma?
I think what stands out for me, there are two aspects from the findings, is how technology has revolutionized the reading pattern amongst our communities. And then secondly, the acknowledgement of libraries, the role of libraries in society, and also, as you have highlighted, also bearing in mind all the challenges in respect of access to reading material. And it's something that I think, as we have indicated, what from here. And I have colleagues here from the provincial library services, and I think they will take keen interest from these findings, in particular with regards to libraries. Thank you.
Kalula, what about you? I know you've been incredibly busy the last month working on reading ever since the Pearls results came out, and actually you're doing that all the time. But what was really striking for you in terms of what we heard today?
It's just the realization of how big this field is for digital. So mine is not working.
And then check if it can, she was. Oh, fixing Kalula's mic. Maybe let me. What I might do. Oh, good. Go for it, Kalula.
Thank you very much. Is that better? Perfect. So I was just saying, for me, for starters, it's just how big this year is for data that is going to help us make all of these decisions that will influence the change that we want to see. So this is adding on to the other data sets that we've already received. So we know where we stand in terms of children who are aged 4 and 5, in terms of 10-year-olds. And now we know where we stand in terms of the adult readers. I think also what has come out very strongly is the role that school and just the institutional framework that we have in our country, how important it is to really help to drive that social change. We've seen from this data that many families or households only have access to books that come from schools. And so that is really showing that interface between schools and households and communities. And that if we want to see a literate South Africa, we have to really focus in terms of how we leverage the languages that are spoken in South Africa. And for me, that really came out to also correlate with the data that we know the importance of meeting each reader at the point of that reader's need. And in this case, we know that many of these readers speak their own mother tongues, and we don't have enough books in those languages. And how does this then drive that change when it comes to ensuring that we want to have more people identifying as readers? For them to identify as readers, we have to also kind of help them to have this materials that they can really use to really promote that identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Kulila. Well said as well. I'll let Gail, what about you? What was striking for you in terms of what you heard this morning?
Thanks, Katie. You know, just the first striking thing for me was the approach in how this work was done. And real credit to the way you approach the study and deliberately saying not from a deficit model and through collaboration, because I don't think it's helpful for us to be shouting about the problem and blaming. So that was one. And then for introducing the concept of the ecosystem in relation to reading. But with the findings, two particular ones. The one is parents or caregivers or adults in the home seeing the value of reading to children. And the other, the demand for reading material in African languages. Those two stood out for me.
Great, thank you. Tabisa, before I jump to you, if I can quickly reflect on that. At our first steering committee workshop, which was just about a year ago, we were, kind of thinking through the theory of change. And one of the questions that was posed to us was, what's going well in terms of reading in South Africa? And I think several of us sat there and said, like, no one's ever asked me that question before. Because if you're working in a reading civil society space, we really do often focus on what's wrong, how do we fix it, how far are we from where we want to be? And of course, we need to be working on those things to make progress. But for us, it was really striking. And I think that's why we tried to find the balance of what is going well as what remains a challenge. Yeah. Tabisa, what about you? What stood out for you?
I think for me, the first thing is the expansion of what it means to be a reader and who is a reader. And I'm finding it very difficult, and maybe now I have to call myself a snob, but I'm finding it very difficult now having to go back to my people who I haul over coals every time because they don't read books. And now to say, listen, apparently you're now a reader. About that. But I mean, it will take time, but also, and I've told you before that I wanted to be part of this panel because I've been a publisher now for 13 years, but I've now recently decided to go into the advocacy world. And I think that expansion is as difficult as it is for me personally. I can see how you can go back to a community and tell them, look, reading is not some insanely different thing out of your reach. It is actually something that you do on a daily basis. And what we have to work on is what your reading does for you.
Beautiful.
But I also think I would have, as a business, as a publisher, would have liked to know, a little bit more about that book buying culture.
We do. Thank you, Tabisa. No, it's a really important point. And I do want to note that there is information about book buying culture in the full survey. We asked people, how much would you pay for a new book that you really wanted? We broke it out by different socioeconomic groups. There is some information. So I would encourage people to check it out on the website, and happy to chat with you about it afterwards. No, thank you. We couldn't cover everything today, guys, but we tried. Thank you. And Wilulani, finally, what's striking for you?
Thanks, Katie. For me, I think it's the increased awareness from the adults and the parents on the importance of reading to the children from the earlier stages. However, I think as someone who is being part of the civil society, working in the literacy space, the question is whether how do we activate the parents to actually move beyond just being aware, but participating in contributing in us shaping South Africa to be literate. And one of the constraints that was highlighted was that parents seem to be highlighting that they do not have time. So I think for us in the civil society space is whether how do we support these parents in order now that they are aware, we've moved beyond that stage, how do we get them actually to participate in the reading aloud activities? So I think as I'm sitting here, that's what I'm basically reflecting on in terms of what kind of activities we can put in place to strengthen our engagement with the caregivers and the parents on the ground.
Absolutely. And if I may reflect on that quickly, I think it ties back to what the minister shared this morning about book ownership. And I was reading some stuff recently about the fact that just having a book there versus not there, you're a busy parent, but if your child can grab the book and take it to you, you're just much more likely to read. We're human. We can't be perfect as parents. So the presence of books in the household is such a big factor in encouraging that. But that's not the only answer. And I think we can come to that question of how can we support people better? So I'm not going to go in this format the whole time. I'm going to now jump over that. And I would also encourage you guys, if you want to weigh in or respond to someone, please just shout. But I want to kind of to get on to the kind of that balance between the constraints we're facing, but then the opportunities to try and unblock some of those things. I think some of the challenges are much more significant and will take much more time and money to get past. But there are some things we could think about as easy wins or ways of thinking differently, ways of speaking differently, or things we could zoom in on and target. I'm thinking of Senzo's question earlier, what's the top 2 policy recommendations? So I mean, I'd love to hear from you, Mr. Madumo. We often focusing on the education sector when we talk about reading, and poor libraries get a little bit off to the side sometimes, which is not the way it should be. And so it's great to have libraries front and center today. But what are you guys doing in the library sector to promote reading culture? And what are some of the opportunities you think you can seize in the present moment?
Look, reading must be everybody's business. It shouldn't be, like you said, the responsibility of the Department of Basic Education. And it starts with us as parents in our own families. And when, like my colleague has indicated, when libraries exist there, they exist because they provide free material. And these are resources that communities must take advantages of. And we have worked very hard within the library sector to make a library free of charge. And in Gauteng, many years ago, we initiated a program called Born to Read. And that program was very successful in the sense that we targeted pregnant mothers who goes to clinics for their antenatal classes and all that.
Wow.
And one of the child who participated, who was born when we launched the project, he was tracked until he finished matric because we provided books. What the minister was saying, let's make books available. We provided books to those parents who had new babies, and we felt that I think these are some of the good programs that we need to scale them up as a nation. And programs that works, I think there's no need for us to start reinventing the wheel. And from this collaboration that the ecosystem that we have established, I think we need to go to the drawing board and look at what worked, and then we draw for lessons from there, and then we scale up and implement the program throughout the nation. Thank you.
It's a beautiful program. And I think it's really heartening for me to hear the commitment both from arts and culture and from education about these data-driven decisions, looking at what works and looking at what we know to plan forward. So thank you. Can I jump to you, Thabiso? I would love to hear more about what is challenging about being an independent trade publisher in South Africa, and what are some of the things in the environment? What are some of the things that could make it a little bit easier to get more books out there, to bring the voices of more authors to the table and get more books into people's hands?
I mean, with all apologies to the minister here, I think our politicians really need to start being celebrities. Because what happens is all these books that come out, whether authorized or unauthorized, then hog the spotlight. And what we really losing out on is the space for creative writing to take the pedestal. So if I, as a publisher who publishes only debut writers in fiction, because the plan is to give them platform to participate in the industry and to become, you know, the better version of themselves, like to want them to fully realize what a career in writing looks like. So if you've got book after book coming out, and I don't know if people here know what like in social media terms, what a gatla is, like a bombshell. So if you've got this little book coming out, like tonight I've got a book launch for an unknown author who's coming out. But if tomorrow we've got a radio interview scheduled for this writer to come and talk about their book, and then we wake up to a big political bombshell, they're getting shuffled. You know, so we really just, if you could just talk to your colleagues, just to tone it down a bit on the celebrityness. And I think that we could have a thriving and equal opportunity publishing.
I was bumped from an interview yesterday about this project. The reasons that everyone is probably quite aware of the ruling party. So I sympathize. I hear you. Cool, thank you. Bulelani, I'd like to come to you. So I know that in your work at Nal'ibali, you have trained probably thousands of teachers, librarians, ECD practitioners, parents, ECD being early childhood development, trying not to use my lingo, about why reading matters and how to help kids fall in love with reading. And I know you've often encountered those people who are hustling on the ground, who like really do want to be an author, a writer, a performer, or they just really do want the best for their kids. But there's a lot standing in their way. What could we do? What are the challenges people are facing in your experience? And what could we do? And who must do those things to try and unblock some of that?
I think one, I'm glad I'm sitting next to her as a publisher. There's a need for a paradigm shift when it comes to our approach to literacy as a country overall. I think one, you find that we do not have enough books written in African languages that are original. The ones that you would find would mostly be translated versions. I'll take an example, Rapunzel, which has been translated to so many other languages to Refilwe, and the context was being able to be contextualized within the African context. However, I think if we can find a way where we can encourage African writers to come to the fore through the system that can enable them and put them in a better position. I cannot really get into the details of what that would look like, but we need to have a paradigm shift as a country in terms of how we are encouraging writers and authors on the ground so that we can have more stories written in African languages, but also reflecting the context that we live in. As someone that is working with the people on the ground, I understand the type of challenges they have when it comes to one. I think I'm happy that the survey is confirming that there are readers out there, because many people do not regard themselves as readers. And as we are engaging with them, trying to train them to say, look, you gotta be actively participating in developing your child. The parents don't trust themselves because they don't regard themselves as readers. So I think that's the type of paradigm shift that needs to happen even amongst us as the civil society, when we are engaging with the people on the ground, in empowering them in terms of saying that, look, you might be an illiterate gogo in the Eastern Cape, but through storytelling as an activity, you are contributing a development of the child in terms of literacy. So I think overall, as a community, we need to change the way we approach literacy development in the country.
Can I weigh in on that? Oh.
I think I heard KP first, and then I'll come to you. Is that all right? And then Gail, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, what is interesting, remember this area, actually, we are celebrating a decade of indigenous languages as part of the UNESCO. And this findings basically pushes us to move as quick as possible to get the indigenous languages popularized within our communities. I had an interview this morning with SAFM, and a caller from Eastern Cape was saying that in a particular library, there are only 10 isiXhosa books in the entire library. And, you know, but we worked, we have a partnership with UNISA and Puku, where we curated 100 isiXhosa early childhood books, because we want to make parents aware that these books are available and they can easily access them. So we are working on all the 11, the other 9 indigenous languages. I think the next will be Xitsonga and isiZulu. Thank you.
Brilliant. And that actually links to a question we got online, which we didn't get to mention earlier, but it was from someone who writes children's books in Sesotho. I'm sorry, I don't have the name in front of me now. Saying that actually they often get parents asking for things in English for their children. And they asked if maybe one of the reasons people aren't reading as much in African languages is they don't know how much is actually available, which I think resonates with your point about the book list, that people needing to know what is out there, what do I want to buy? So that's fantastic. Thank you. Tabiso.
I think I wanted to speak to Bulelani's point on we need more writers writing these stories. And, you know, before I studied publishing, I didn't know that publishing was a thing you could do here locally. I thought all books were like an overseas thing, right? And so I think that we need, much like music, it's just that much nicer if you're listening to the artist live, right? So if we are in a place where we can take these authors and these writers into the communities so that, you know, the children or the people that live in those communities can begin to see themselves represented in a place, right, in an ecosystem. Sometimes people have stories and they sit with them. And even though I always say, like, some books, you know, need to stay inside, but there are some that are waiting to come out, but people don't believe in what they could become and what their stories could become and how to validate themselves as those people. But of course, we live in a country where writers cannot afford to make a living as writers. I can barely put 2 cents together as a publisher. So we need some of the support to start going towards supporting writers and getting them into those spaces so that children can begin to see themselves. You know, unless we get the authors in the classrooms discussing these books that they're writing, discussing these stories that the kids find themselves represented in, we're not going to close that gap.
Thank you. Incredibly important. Gail.
Well, thanks, Katie. I want to add to the whole development of books and development of books in African languages and acknowledge the number of nonprofit organizations that have been working in the education space, that have also been involved in development over a number of years, and particularly around development to support learning to read. You know, and a lot of that work is happening. And I suppose as parts of the ecosystem, I would say what would be helpful from the DBE is, and I know from talking with schools, talking with teachers, and talking with the nonprofit organizations that are involved in developments, if the DBE could put together a package of approved LTSM so that schools, teachers, school governing bodies, provinces can know what kind of book to look for and where they can get there.
Thank you, Gail. And I think you're talking to the right people here. I know we love it. It's deep process right now, and you're talking about exactly these things. So, Kundulu, could I come to you? I'd love to hear your take on this as well.
I mean, it's a fair ask to ask for the DBE to put out there a list of approved books. And I think if I may build on what has been said by everybody here, it really does confirm that there is hunger out there and there is recognized poverty of books in the languages that both children and adults will use to drive let me talk about driving lifelong learning. And I think we, from us as part of the DBE, as you know, that we are busy, very, very busy in kind of a policy development process. And that includes ensuring that we have these books, and to your point, books that are culturally relevant for children, books that will really promote the identity of our children and promote the agency of our children, the agents of our people. So it's part of what we're working on, and it's quite I'm happy to say that we are hearing here that there's affirmation and confirmation that we really are on the right track in wanting to close that gap when it comes to the lack of parity of esteem for our languages. And we know that even in the African languages, as they are there in their total spectrum, there are languages which are severely underserved. And I think we have to look at this data to inform where our focus and where our agency is going to be.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I stay with you for one more question?
I don't mind at all.
Deep policy development process.
Sure.
And the Pearls results came out 4 weeks ago today. We learned about the sort of moving backwards, which definitely COVID played a huge role in that. And we're wanting to get back to being that fastest improving country. We're wanting to see some really significant changes. So when we're looking from now to 2030, what do you think are the opportunities we might have to make some really significant change in terms of reading and that reading policy?
I think the first one is to recognize the opportunity that lies in having one of us here in this room. A strategy for reading literacy for South Africa. We are not doing it alone. Some of the people have come with me to this venue. We've just literally walked from across the street, where we are all together, helping to refine and define where do we need to really make these changes, and where do we need to deepen our focus, and what kind of support are we going to need. So we need the support of all of you in the room. All of you, you're part of this reading ecosystem. We are hoping that in the next couple of months, we can be able to share with South Africa what that reading strategy that will take us back to where we were, which is that trajectory that was a positive trajectory that we had prior to COVID. And I was happy to hear that there was recognition in this room that something very massive must have happened to really turn us back, because we were indeed on the road to improvement. And we've really been blasted over the media and everywhere that it could not have been COVID. There must have been something else. Guys, there was COVID. We really acknowledge it. And it really has set us back. It has not been we have not been happy. Nobody has been happy, but we're here to say, walking and working together, we will really turn that needle. We will see the shift that we want to see. So thank you to the ecosystem. That includes you. Thank you, madam. Thank you for the ecosystem. We really are leveraging it. We're tapping into it, and it is already enriching our process. We have people whom we consider our thinking partners, who are thinking together with us, who are planning and designing and redesigning with us. Thank you.
Thank you. You've actually led me in brilliantly to the theme I'm hoping to close off on, which is this question of collaboration. And I think it's just coming up again and again in everything we've talked about today, that no one actor on their own or no one sector on their own is going to be able to change that barometer dial so it's less and less red and more green, which is, of course, what we want to see as we produce the barometer every couple of years going forward. So what is it going to take to there's a couple of pieces that go into it. We need to have a collective vision of where we're going. And I think this project is trying to contribute to that by painting this holistic picture. But we also need to talk about priorities, because we saw a lot of different pieces, 55 variables in the barometer, all of these different aspects of adult reading. So we do need to have a conversation about priorities, and we do need to kind of move past the talk into the action. How do we work together more effectively? Gail, would you be happy to speak to that? I know that collaboration is something you're quite passionate about.
Yeah, Kate, and I always say if you look in any corporate or private donor strategy, collaboration will feature all over. In fact, for all of us in all our sectors, we're all talking collaboration and partnership. I think it's the how that gets us tripped up a bit. But I mean, in talking about philanthropy and the corporate sector, it is largely uncoordinated thing, okay? But there is a growing number of donors who are wanting to work together and are wanting to work with governments, okay? In a way that you can be a partner and also a critical friend, okay? And I think that in terms of saying government needs to provide a lead and provide vision, I think that's very important. What can foundations work with? I think importantly on the development side, and it's the ecosystem of writers, of illustrators, of publishers, that's the one side. The others also access. I mean, and it's come up in the survey. And I know in the past there's been huge debates of, well, should funding coming outside of the government system be involved in provision of books? But I think when we're talking about reading and thinking about it as a public good, I think there's a real value for the DBE to actually help corporates and private donors get together to support that. Because children learn to read through books, and they must have books at school and books that they can take home as well. So I think we really have to collaborate and support the DBE with getting books in school and for learning how to read, also for leisure reading that children can take home as well.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. So thank you very much. Willalani, could I come to you? I think, in terms of collaboration, there's a particular role everyone needs to play. What role do you see movements like Nal'ibali and NGOs and civil society organizations playing in this ecosystem? And how do you think NGOs could start to work past the fact that sometimes we collaborate, but sometimes we work in silos as well?
Well, I think when it comes to partnership, in particular, I think the partnership with DBE is very key for us at the civil society. And I think if the DBE could recognize the important role that we civil society play when it comes to parental involvement in particular. Because I think with this survey, and I'm happy that you highlighted that your target age group is from birth upwards. Unfortunately, as DBE, you don't have access to them between 0 to 5. And that's where we come in as the civil society when it comes to ensuring that the parents in particular are well capacitated. They know what to do in preparing their child before they go to school. And when it comes to maybe practical things that we can actually put in place in reality, like for instance, I know many of us are trying to get in touch with parents in the schools to capacitate those trainings. And if perhaps as DBE, you could allow us that access in terms of mandating the schools to either invite us to some of the parental meetings, so we could use that platform to engage with the parents. Because I think the challenge that we are facing is that we have to go via DBE in order for us to access the parents. And I think if you as DBE, you could play a leading role in assisting us as the civil society to be able to access the parents within the school setup, especially those at foundation phase. Because I really feel like we have the material, we have the skills, and we have the time in particular when it comes to assisting you to capacitate the parents so that they can add value to you within the school setup.
Teresa, what are your thoughts in terms of collaboration? Where do you see the potential for more alignment between publishing, between libraries, between education, between philanthropy?
I think the gap that I see is where civil society fails to meet the publishing industry. Because the publishing industry at the end of the day is a business, and they've got bottom lines to take care of. They've got people's, family breadwinners in their employ that they need to take care of. I feel that there are so many important books, so many important subjects that could be discussed, but that, as a publisher, you're doing your budgets and you know that this book is not going to fly off the shelves. It's going to take about 5 years to sell 3,000 copies, or it's going to take about 5,000 to sell 5,000 copies. So civil society, and I think there needs to be very direct line of communication between civil society and publishers, and where publishers can say, listen, we've got, and this also requires publishers understanding that they're also corporates and that they also need to have some CSI element within their work. And their CSI can be in the work that they produce. It has to be felt in the work that they produce. And if they can say, we want to publish this book, we recognize the importance of this, but we can't financially make it work alone. And so you get civil society and publishers coming together to make sure that even when these books that I've mentioned before are selling and they're being published, that we are still putting in the work, because publishing in its origin is the work of archiving ourselves as a society. So if we're going to have people look back 30 years from now, what would we have archived? And so that becomes, for me, the important thing that, publishers and civic society need to come together and kind of solve or build on.
Thank you. I think I'll work back to the front, and I'll end with you, Mr. Madumo. Kalula, would you like to add anything in terms of, I guess you've talked about the importance of the whole of society supporting this reading strategy work, but are there any specific asks you want to make in terms of where you as a department really need other actors to come in and support?
Yes, thank you so much, Katie. And I think there's something that Tara said earlier on when she was presenting, I think in the beginning of the day when she was presenting the survey, which is something that I'd really like us to not lose today. And it boils down perhaps to prioritization. And she took us back to the principles of social justice that underpin a democracy. And one of those principles that I'm going to lift from what she spoke about is really redress. And I think we're sitting here today and we can see that we haven't really redressed if we have languages that are so underserved, that we can see that this underserving of these languages is actually manifesting at every level. It manifests with the children, it manifests with adults who also would like to identify themselves as readers. So I'm going to say that it's going to be important for us that when we talk about book development, we really think very deeply about how do we prioritize, whom do we prioritize, which languages do we prioritize. And again, the importance of just ensuring that we just continue to talk to one another, and from what the publishers are saying to what the civil society is saying, and to how, as the department, we are sitting there, we need to have access to these books that are developed, books that are going to be able to, as she said earlier on, to really show that child that I'm there, I can recognize myself, I am important, I am this young person. Gail spoke about perhaps what we could do to strengthen collaboration and coordination. And I think there's also a request that has been made from the department to assist in terms of strengthening partnerships. Departments work through institutional mechanisms, and some of those institutional mechanisms can be strengthened through strengthening partnership. I'm responding to you. Through strengthening partnership frameworks that we can ensure when we design them, they work. They really do not become constraints to ensuring that we collaborate better. Because if we do collaborate, one thing that I can tell you we'll be able to do is to maximize our efforts. And there's a lot of wastage that is happening that we all see. You see it from the part of civil society. We also see it from the part of the state, that there are duplications. We continue to provide and produce materials perhaps for those languages that already have tons and tons of resources. And what about those that are not really being served? Here is my colleague here, who's just across the road from where we sit. How do we work better with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture We know that government provides the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture with some kind of support, but that support is to really ignite reading and it is to support the entire sector. But how do we strengthen our own collaborative efforts, put together mechanisms that are going to strengthen that and ensure that we continue to work together? And we already have an area of collaboration, which is providing those libraries that we call dual purpose library that serve both the schools and serve the communities. So how do we ensure that we can entrust even communities with the safety of those libraries? So the conversation is quite multi-layered. It's not really about government, give. It's about when we receive in communities, how do we ensure that we value and we treasure this investment that has been made and really begin to understand that that investment has been made on our behalf and for us as a society to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like you guys need to set up a lunch date.
Yeah. We have.
And Mr. CEO, the last word?
No, thanks. I think for me, we need to draw on each other's strength and expertise, and we are happy to see this work done, because when we conceptualized the concept of the ecosystem 2 years ago, when we launched the Reading Summit, and we can see now that there is collective collaboration, there's cohesion, we are all moving in the same direction. And I think what my colleague was saying here, and I mean, here in Tswane, we have a very well-functioning dual purpose library in, I think, is it Denville? Yeah, in Denville. I mean, during the day, it's the municipality and the school. During the day, the library services the school, and after 2 o'clock, then the community come and use the library. And the municipality provides staff, provide books, provide resources. Those are the kind of collaboration that we can scale up. Where, I mean, we know that quite a number of our schools have got library structures, but there are no books. And there's no need for communities in those areas to demand for a new libraries. The money earmarked for a new can be channeled to resource staff, the existing school library, and we continue this dual school library partnership. And in that sense, we'll make books accessible. And again, I think from the community library side, I think our librarians should be active. I think the pulse that is basically help us to rethink the relationship between community libraries and the communities. I mean, why can't librarians be active and send block loans to ECD centers in their communities so that the kids can take books home and they can read with their parents? I mean, those are low-hanging fruits that I think from here we can leverage on. Thank you.
Go ahead, Gail. Go ahead.
You know, we've spoken about two very important aspects here, and that's been the development and access. But I think if I look at the theory of change, where you started talking about learning to read, I think we mustn't forget the importance of schools and the teacher. And as I did a number of years, I was going to work for decades, you know, working in schools with the teacher development. And that's a really important area for collaboration between civil society funders and the DB.
Great, fantastic. I think
Also, development. I think we need to also move towards capacitating parents.
No, fantastic. I think that was actually a lovely synthesis between the two of you of some of the big themes that have come out. I think I probably got a Kensei looking at me. No, I think did you want to add one last comment, Kalula? Are you?
Now, I want to pick up on just the importance of schools as those centers of implementation, and that indeed, I think Gail is correct. There can be no theory of change that excludes the teacher as the driver of that change. the ECD practitioner is added now when we talk about the teacher as also the drive of that change, as that person who provides that world, that exciting world of books, of stories, of play for our children. And so the role of civil society coordinated, though that role and those efforts coordinated, it is then that they will really give us the kinds of the fruits that we want to see. And I think the low-hanging fruit is recognizing that there is this investment that civil society is making and this willingness to work together with the Department of Basic Education in this case to be able to ensure that together, I'm going to go back to saying that if we really coordinate our efforts well, we will really ensure that we maximize all of those efforts.
All right, thank you. I think I'm going to end it there, but I do want to just thank you guys again for sharing your thoughts. And I think sharing examples like, the dual purpose libraries of where when we break down our silos, we can get a lot more efficiency. We're not duplicating our use of resources and we're serving everyone in a more holistic way. So we've got a lot of themes to work on. We've got material development, we've got access, we've got parent involvement in schools, we've got teacher development, we've got libraries coming to life. But I think, this is just meant to be the very beginning of a conversation. And I think our hope as a project team is that everyone who's been here today online and in person, something sparks for you and you go and you have a conversation about this with someone else and to see where it takes us. So we're really looking forward to those conversations unfolding. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I think we got enough pictures. Thank you, everyone. We're nearing the end of the program. Oh, are you all right? Okay. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. We're nearing the end of the program for this afternoon, and we're going to call on Catherine Morse just to come up and just share the resources that are available on the website, as well as the call to action, and then we'll have our closing remarks. Thanks, Catherine.
Okay, so our website is live. It's not entirely glitch-free, but it's up there. So please go along and visit it. All of the resources that we've produced, so the full slide deck with all of our National Reading Survey results is there. The barometer results are there. There is a link there to go to Data First. If you want the data, it's live on Data First. The technical report accompanying the data is coming very soon, a few more sleepless nights, and we'll be there. Oh, here comes the slide. Yes. Okay. So that's the website on the far right. Here are the different survey reports that we have, and the summary report, which you have in paper in front of you. From here, we would really love you to engage with the resources. So we're hoping that the actual survey questions that we've put on to Data First can be used by other organizations. We're willing to assist if you want to take a portion of them and use them in your own research or in your own project implementation to measure change. We would love to see them used like that. This is a resource that we've created for the sector so that we can collectively measure change over time, and we can measure change after we've done different implementations. So we're very excited about that. There is still stuff to be mined from the data set that we didn't do. So we did collect 16, 17, 18-year-olds talked about their own reading. We also had their parents reporting on their reading. We didn't look to see whether it was the same report or not. Someone's welcome to do that. That would be exciting.
but there are still little treasures to be dug out of the data set. And then going forward, we have recommendations about work that could be done, which would be really valuable. So in this particular National Reading Survey, we didn't get any information about people who have disabilities, but it's a recommendation that the next collection of data would have a special focus where we would maybe do the 4,000 big people survey, but we might do another 500 people focusing on how people with who are differently abled are interacting with literacy resources. We're also extremely curious about how adolescents start reading when we know that they're not really reading for meaning in primary school, but by the time they get to teens, their parents are reporting they are reading, they're self-reporting that they're reading for pleasure. We don't understand how that journey works yet. That's another thing that's out there that some very excited researcher can grab hold of and look at further. So to finish up today, we've just got one final Menti question that we want to ask you. So you'll need to go back to your menti.com. And it's, what action will you take based on what was discussed today? So the power of this survey, although we've done a lot of work to bring the results here to you today, it's only going to be powerful if you take something of it with you out of the room and implement it in some way to bring change in the circle that you work in. That's menti.com. The code is 4840199. 3 people have made it there so far. We've heard some beautiful, rich ideas from our panel. Clinic book giving program, multi-purpose school, community libraries, collaborations, even just having lunch with someone from a different part of the literacy sector. Any sort of conversation that you start to have, any collaboration that you start to become part of can build into this space. Yeah, Tara, do we have a glitchy? Do you want to maybe switch to the other screen? Ah, look. Hey, yay. Okay, let's, ooh. Okay, let's just read a couple of them. I'd love to use my place of work to conduct a mini survey of sorts to see where we stand against the national average. That's fantastic, and that's exactly what we want you to do with our indicators. We can also tell you which ones are the really dodgy indicators that you shouldn't try and use and which ones we can recommend. Buy non-fiction books for my children. Focus more on children's and their reading. Advocate for multi-sector partnerships for early year book ownership. Oh, this is a new way of doing it. Use the data to guide. Set up Room to Read Challenge Fund between NLSA funders and publishers. Advocate for a book gifting program from birth. Every child has 10 books by age 5. That's one of my favorites. Continue writing and publishing in Sesotho. definitely speak about reading more often, whether it's both personally or digitally. Okay, it's a shame we can't get more answers up, but maybe we can share the answers with you after today, or post them on the website. Kenzie, I'm going to call on you to close. Thank you. Thank you for writing something and taking a step. And if you didn't write something, I hope you in your heart did one anyway.
Thanks, Catherine. Sorry. Now we're just going to call on Dr. Refilwe Mabaso. She's going to be giving our closing remarks, and then we'll break off and head to lunch. Dr. Refilwe is the current chairperson of the board at the National Library of South Africa. She's an accomplished senior business leader with over 20 years of experience that spans both the public and the private sector. She holds a PhD in library and information studies from the University of South Africa. Join me in welcoming her.
Thank you. I didn't know. Thank you very much. I didn't know that you needed to read my profile for just saying thank you. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I must say, we are honored. Thank you, Minister, Honorable Minister. It was quite exciting to see you working in, and also honoring this amazing initiative and staying till this far. We normally, when ministers leave immediately after they've presented their speech, we feel very much honored, and thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, and to all officials, to our partners, to everybody who is here, it is such an honor to have been here, and mostly we have had such an amazing time where we feel very honored. And the launch has gone quite well. I'm sure there are no critics. If any, they should be very, very, very objective. We are ready to take them, I'm sure. An initiative of Nal'ibali as our partner, and as they have showed so much passion and commitment, has been a success. I want to believe none of us here is sitting with any kind of doubts. And a special thank you to Kabagazi, Ketim, Catherine. Thank you for this initiative. We are very proud of you. Please, please continue. Continue to count on us as the National Library, as DSEC, as a Department of Basic Education, and there are quite a number of organizations which are here. I might have not mentioned all of them, but I'm sure we also saw some of them was here on the panel and express the gratitude and also the involvement going forward. Today we have witnessed the unveiling of a vital tool that will shape the future of literacy and reading in our nation. The National Reading Barometer stands as a testament to our collective commitment to nurturing a literate society where every individual has the power to explore the vast realms of knowledge, imagination, and empathy that lie within pages of books. It is an embodiment of our dedication to empowering individuals, regardless of their background or circumstances, with transformative gift of literacy. As the National Library, the DGMT Trust, the Zenex Foundation, National Education Collaboration Trust, Nal'ibali, we are very happy. And if I have missed anyone, apologies. We are very excited to have you here. We are so grateful. It is very cold. Some of us decided to join online, and we still say thank you for joining us online. And together with the funders, the steering committee, and the researchers, Social Impact Insights were instrumental in the success of this project. To all of you, as I close, I know I'm sure I'm between you and lunch. To all of you, thank you for your unwavering support, hard work, and firm belief in the power of literacy. Your vision and dedication have made the National Reading Barometer a reality, allowing us to measure, assess, and address the critical needs and challenges faced by readers across our nation.
We now know we've got data. Data is driving and will continue to drive the insights and the strategies that we're going to employ going forward. Thank you, and thank you very much. Re a leboga.
Thank you so much, everyone. That brings us to a close for this afternoon. Lunch is served at the restaurant for everybody who's here in the room with us. If you leave outside the doors at the back, there's some signs that will direct you. And then just a final announcement from the team. Some of you haven't picked up your packs, which have the goodies from Nal'ibali and our other partners. So please just pick those up at the registration table. And thank you again for joining us today. Have a wonderful afternoon.